you might be watching from. Welcome to South Florida. Typical South Florida. Torrential rainstorms till about 5 o'clock. The sun is out and the fans are starting to arrive. Sun Life Stadium, Marlins and Reds. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz, along with Tommy Hutton. Both of these teams, Tommy, many people feel the dark horses in each of their divisions in the National League.
You know, I think if you look at both of these teams, you certainly see strengths and you certainly see weaknesses. One of the strengths in the Cincinnati Reds, I think, is their starting rotation. We're going to see a good chunk of that in this series.
One of the strengths for the Florida Marlins used to be a Cincinnati Red. The Reds released him. The Marlins signed him 2 years ago, and ever since he's become a Marlin, all he's done is drive in runs. He's had quite a week, Jorge Cantu.
Jorge Cantu got off to a great start last year, and he's doing the same thing this year. Look at what he's done this week. 2 home runs, 10 RBIs. He's in the top 5 in the league in RBIs. But I think the most important thing is what he does hitting behind Hanley Ramirez. If Jorge Cantu was not a run producer, it would be a lot tougher for Hanley Ramirez to see good pitches to hit. So don't ever underestimate what Jorge Cantu does as the hitter behind Hanley Ramirez.
We are going to see 2 terrific pitchers, 2 very good right-handers in the National League. Let's start with Ricky Nolasco of the Florida Marlins. His first start, he deserved a better fate.
Yeah, he did. Ricky in that game started to tire in New York in the 7th inning, had a 5-1 lead at that time. He walked a couple. You could tell clearly he was tired, but he had good stuff. He doesn't have to change anything tonight. Just go after the Reds hitters the same way he went after the hitters in New York. Remember, his last 22 starts last year, he was 11-4. Johnny Cueto, he's got good stuff. Live arm, good fastball and changeup. His slider is his 3rd best pitch, but he's a good one.
Johnny Cueto, Ricky Nolasco getting ready to go. The Marlins and the Cincinnati Reds, wherever you're watching, on the American Forces Network or here at home. We're going to take you to Iraq and Kuwait and show you the Marlins and their visit in January. Baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Checkers Little Place. Big Taste by Geico. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Toyota. Moving forward. Our national anthem, we're ready to go. Marlins and Reds. We start things with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Thank you, Rich. What a good lead in there to have the national anthem playing before this little piece. And we welcome those of you watching on the American Forces Network. The Marlins went out to Iraq and Kuwait earlier in the wintertime, and Frankfurt has more on this amazing trip to show what you guys do for us. And the Marlins were probably more grateful than ever.
The Marlins contingent included players John Baker and Chris Coughlin, manager Freddie Gonzalez, and president of baseball operations Larry Beinfest, plus 4 of the Marlins Mermaids. The trip turned out to be much more than the players expected.
It's definitely changed my life in a positive way, and I really appreciate some of the little conveniences that we have at home are much appreciated now that I've seen what other people have to deal with and live through. There's people that are over there that are having to put their life on the line for this stuff. There's our fellow Americans, and I'll tell you right now, we're not doing that. We're not doing that, and so that's why I think I felt ignorant, because I didn't know the extent of the stuff that goes on over there, how difficult it can be.
The visit was especially meaningful for Coughlin, whose brother Kevin had just completed his service in the Marines.
The 2 things I wanted to get out of it was, try to understand kind of what my brother went through. I'll never fully understand because, I wasn't in the line of fire. I wasn't doing all the things that they do in the months that they spend over there. But try to appreciate even more what they do for us. The second thing was just to go over there and show our support totally for them. It's very easy to not realize how blessed we are. And when you go over there, it's life-changing to see what they do for us.
A very personal story for Chris Coughlin, whose brother Kevin is a corporal in the United States Marines. All right, here it's baseball time. If those of you watching overseas, enjoy it with us. We're glad to be bringing it to you. We thank you for what you do to let it happen for all of us here. Major League Baseball is on the docket here. The Reds and the Marlins. It's game 1 of a 4-game series. Rich Waltz and Tommy Hutton will have the call for you when we return to Sun Life Stadium in South Florida.
And the Florida Marlins. Our telecast is on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to U.S. Armed Forces serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. Welcome to some National League Baseball. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton, the Reds and the Marlins. The Reds come in at 3-3. They just took 2 of 3 from the Chicago Cubs. And this is Dusty Baker's lineup. The young, talented center fielder Drew Stubbs leads it off. Orlando Cabrera is the shortstop. Joey Votto is at first base. Brandon Phillips slumping right now is at second. Scott Rowland is at third base. Jay Bruce in a funk as well in right. Lance Nixon left. Ramon Hernandez, the veteran catcher, catching Johnny Cueto.
It's a really good lineup, Rich, mixed with some young hitters and also some veterans that Ricky Nolasco is going to have to deal with. Last year he was 1-0 against these Reds. Had one start, went 7 innings, gave up his 4 hits, a couple runs, had 10 strikeouts in that game. I mentioned as we open the telecast, I don't think Ricky has to do anything different than he did in New York. He threw the ball well. I think he started to tire in that 7th inning. But generally, he's going to go right after hitters. He wants to stay away from walks and use his good stuff.
As you mentioned, he left with a 5-1 lead. The Marlins would lose that lead, but then win the game in extra innings. And he pounds the strike zone and gets a strike on 24-year-old Drew Stubbs out of the University of Texas. One of the bright young stars that the Reds have on their roster. Stubbs got to the big leagues last year for 42 games, hit 8 home runs, stole 10 bases in those 42 games. 8th overall pick back in 2006.
Good to see early on when you watch Ricky Nolasco, good to see him establish all of his pitches. A good breaking ball, that last one to Stubbs.
1-2 coming. Of course, it was a tale of 2 seasons last year for Nolasco. Stumbled out of the gates, was 2-5, an earned run average over 9. Went down to the minor leagues, made 2 starts, and then 11-4 with an ERA under 4 in his last 22 starts. And he had a brilliant spring this year as well.
Yeah, it was good to see him. I think he put all of that out of his mind, and the way he pitched in the spring was the way he pitched really his last 22 starts last year.
Two coming to Stubbs. In the air, Sanchez towards the wall, hits the wall, and it's 4 rows in.
The Reds, Rich, too, are a ball club. We talked about their offense. They have good offense with some veterans and young players. Dusty Baker, he was a pretty good offensive player himself. But if you look at their numbers from last year, they hit a whole lot more home runs at Great American Ballpark than they did on the road. And that's because of the size of their home ballpark. 94 at home, 64 on the road last year.
Stubbs, who had a big grand slam against the Cubs on Friday, gets a slider and sends it in the air to deep center. A lot of room here at Sun Life Stadium. Cameron Maben out there and makes the catch. That disparity, Tommy, the plus 30 homers at home, the biggest difference in the National League.
Well, hard to believe Dusty Baker's in his 3rd year now with Cincinnati after all those years with the Giants, 10 years with the Giants, 4 years with the Cubs. 6th most wins of any active manager.
One of the additions that the Reds have made this year, Orlando Cabrera, their shortstop. And Nolasco starts him down low. Cabrera has had a very nice big league career. A 2-time Gold Glove winner. Long-time Montreal Expo. Tail end of 2004, which was a very good year to be a Boston Red Sox.
I think it's safe to say Orlando Cabrera is a high-energy guy, too. And he seems like wherever he goes, and he's hooked up with a few clubs right toward the end of the season for postseason.
Squibs it out towards Ugla. And Nolasco has the first 2 outs of this 1st inning. Well, you heard Allison talk about the defense, the fact that the Marlins are trying to improve it. And it's something certainly that has been a topic of conversation after the first 6 ball games. Joey Votto. And he takes down low. C.B. Buckner calling balls and strikes. Jeff Kellogg, Larry Vanover, and Mark Carlson. Our crew tonight. Here's the 1-0.
Boy, you look at a guy like Joey Votto, and you see someone who is going to have a nice career. 10, 12 years, good power hitter, 25 home runs last year and hit 322.
He sends it out to Ugla. Little flip to first, and Nolasco goes 1-2-3 through the Reds in the first. Marlins coming up. We're scoreless. office personnel go to Iraq and Kuwait in January. One of those, catcher John Baker, and he's got the lineups tonight.
Hi, I'm John Baker, and here's tonight's Florida Marlins starting lineup. First off, I'd like to thank the men and women watching overseas on AFN for their service. We really appreciate you. I had some time to go to Iraq and see you guys, and thank you again very much for all that you do for us back here. Leading off, playing left field, is Chris Coghlan, number 8, whose brother Kevin served 2 tours of duty for our Marine Corps, and thank you very much to Kevin. Batting second, playing center field, is Cameron Maben. Batting third, National League batting champion, number 2, Hanley Ramirez. Batting fourth, RBI machine, Jorge Cantu. Batting fifth, we like to call him Popeye, number 6, Dan Ugla. I am manning the 6th position in catching. Batting 7th is right fielder, number 12, Cody Ross. Batting 8th is Miami's own Gabby Sanchez, number 14. And batting 9th and doing the pitching is big Ricky Nolasco.
Nicely done by John Baker. Johnny Cueto on the mound for the Cincinnati Reds. Cueto makes his second start. His first start was a good one against St. Louis. And a struggling Chris Coghlan takes a strike. It is 0-1. Coghlan, Rookie of the Year last year, just had a torrid second half. Led all the baseball in hits. But hits have been tough to come by in the first 6 games of this year.
You know what? And he continued that in the spring. He had a very good spring. Hit over 350. He's just gotten off to a slow start, but he'll find it. Not an easy matchup tonight facing Johnny Cueto.
Got a live fastball, and he busts it inside.
Cueto, not a big guy. About 5'10", 210 pounds, out of the Dominican, but a live arm. Good arm action on his changeup as well.
Very similar to the other Red starter out of the Dominican with the same type of changeup and fastball, Edinson Volquez.
Well, we'll give you a scouting report on Johnny Cueto. Power arm, a plus changeup. It's a good one. His slider is actually his 3rd pitch. And when you say he'll double up on the changeup, that means if he throws it once and has success, he'll come right back with it.
Coghlan pulls a ground ball to Brandon Phillips, who flips over to first. This is a Reds infield that's got some hardware out there.
Well, it's a good infield, solid defensive ball club. They've made just 5 errors this year. Lance Nix, Stubbs, and Jay Bruce in the outfield. But here comes the gold. 7 goal for Roland, 2 for Cabrera, 1 goal for Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto over at first, and a veteran catcher, Ramon Hernandez.
Here's Cameron Maben. The Marlins winning 2 in a row against the Dodgers. Both in come-from-behind fashion. Yesterday, a 6-5 win. Saturday night, a walk-off win by the score of 7-6. As we told you, the Reds took 2 of 3 from the Cubs, who are having their issues in their bullpen. Cueto buries the breaking ball. And it's 2-0.
Cubs were able to score enough runs today, though, to beat Milwaukee 9-5.
A lot of baseball today. The Phillies win 7-4. Cole Hamels is now 2-0. And the Phillies are 6-1 in the National League East. The Marlins come into play at 4-2.
I guess a little bit of news out of that game. It was the Phillies home opener. Is that Jimmy Rollins had to come out of the game with a little calf muscle problem. Got a feeling Jimmy will be ready this weekend, though, when the Marlins go to Philadelphia.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Marlins and the Phillies meet for the first time this year. Maben takes a fastball out. You can see Hernandez try to snatch it and bring it back to the corner. Oakland Athletics, San Diego Padres, Baltimore Orioles. Such the travels of a veteran catcher, and a good one. And it helps. It's one of the things that Walt Jocketty has done is sprinkle in some veterans like Hernandez or Scott Rowland with a very young ball club.
Kind of like what we were talking about when we showed you the lineup. You have the veterans like Rowland, Hernandez, Orlando Cabrera at short, Brandon Phillips kind of in the middle. Then you have Joey Votto, you have Jay Bruce, you have Drew Stubbs. You got some young players mixed in.
Full count on Maben. And he just threw the fastball right by him. Our Geico quote tonight. Dusty Baker. Everybody's looking for young players that have ability and don't cost a lot of money. We have quite a few of those right now. And Dusty's not all that used to managing rosters that are young. He didn't have a young roster in Chicago. He didn't have a young roster in San Francisco.
Dusty's always kind of fallen into that category, kind of like a Lou Piniella, maybe a little better with a veteran ball club.
The payroll is $72 million. They paired Adam Dunn off that payroll last year. Of course, the year previous, the end of the year, Ken Griffey Jr. Hanley Ramirez. You can see the National League pitchers have been very careful pitching to Hanley so far this year.
Well, and that's even with Jorge Cantu hitting behind him and being so hot. It comes down to who would you rather face in a key situation, and everybody's going to choose Cantu.
Hanley has walked 8 times, and Cantu has driven in 10 runs. 2-0 coming. No fastball on 2-0. And it's 2-1. Both he and Volquez have the nickname Little Pedro, not only because of just their stature, but they also throw that great circle changeup. It's taught to them by another great Dominican pitcher, Jose Rio, former great Red, also a special instructor for a time with Cincinnati.
He had a good changeup. Another Cincinnati Red of years ago, Mario Soto. Tremendous changeup. But he showed you how good it is. He threw it 2-0, came back with a fastball. Now it's 2-2. There's no telling what you're going to get here.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Hanley hits it hard. That's a fair ball, and into the corner it goes. Lance Nix trying to dig it out of there, and Hanley pulls up with a 2-out double.
Well, to give you an idea, he did go with the 2-2 changeup. Let's see where it is and how Hanley reacts. It's a good one. It's down, it's away, but the whole key for Hanley and any hitter, if the hands are back, able to keep the balance and then just throw the hands at that changeup, and Hanley was able to keep it fair for the 2-base hit.
Cantu goes after the first pitch fastball, pops it foul and into the seats. 0-1.
And we've talked about Jorge Cantu's success, albeit brief, but 2 for 3 against Cueto, both home runs. Just thought we'd throw that in.
Ball in the dirt. Cantu was a Cincinnati Red briefly and was released by the Reds. The Reds traded to get him from Tampa Bay and then released him after the 2007 season. Marlins signed him as a free agent, invited him to camp, and said, we're going to throw you in the battle for the third base spot. And Cantu won it. Terrific year in 2008 and another outstanding year last year. I was talking with Johnny Gomes, who was a teammate of his coming up in the Rays organization and played together in Tampa Bay, and I pointed out, you know, that Cincinnati let him go. Cantu lines it into right field. Bruce is there, and he makes the catch. So Cantu lines out. Marlins hit a couple hard. But Cueto is through one. Second inning, Reds, Marlins, scoreless. Again, we welcome everybody on the American Forces Network. This footage of the Marlins on their trip to Iraq. Up in the chopper, John Baker, Chris Coughlin, manager Freddie Gonzalez, President Larry Beinfest, as well as a few others from the front office. Very memorable trip for everyone involved. Baker bumps into Brandon Phillips on his roundabout way to that pop-up, and he makes the catch. Phillips going after that first pitch from Nolasco.
Saw that first pitch fastball and couldn't hold back. So one pitch, one out. Pitchers, pitching coaches, managers love that.
Here is Scott Rowland. Rowland, a guy that the Reds added last year from Toronto. He quickly went on the disabled list. He got hit in the head and suffered a slight concussion. But when he came back, the Reds played very well down the stretch, and many people pointed towards Rowland's presence as one of the reasons why.
Well, you talk about two guys, and actually they're on the same side of the infield between Rowland and Orlando Cabrera. Hard-nosed, energy guys, guys who know postseason. That's a good combo on the left side of the infield for Cincinnati.
Rowland drives that ball to right, hits it deep. Cody Ross in pursuit at the wall, and it's off the top of the wall. It is gone. Second base umpire Larry Vanover says home run. Rowland breaks into his trot, and the Reds have a 1-0 lead.
We talk about it so often. It's not easy for a right-hander to hit home runs to the opposite field here in this ballpark. And Scott Rowland shows you he still has some pop left in that 35-year-old swing. Fastball middle of the plate, and he drives it. Cody Ross is there, but you can see it. It's that railing, that first row of seats over the fence. Cody runs out of room. It's a tough call. We saw one of those last year that went the other way. I believe Carlos Beltran hit it early in the year, and it was ruled a double.
Well, the umpires made a decisive call, did not go to the replay. Line smash, past Cantu. And Jay Bruce breaks an 0 for 17 streak with a base hit to left. It's a double for Bruce.
Let's get another look at this, and you can see right in there. right on that railing, which is on the other side of the fence. That's where it hit. And if it hits in that area, it's going to bounce back.
Bruce follows that up with a double, and now Lance Nix is up for the Reds. The grand slam that Josh Willingham hit at Citi Field yesterday had to be reviewed.
Well, first it looked like a triple, then he scrambled home and was thrown out at the plate. And when all the dust settled, it was ruled a home run, a grand slam.
Nix has made this club out of spring training the last 2 years after getting invited to Reds camp.
Well, with this ball club, with Dusty Baker, with Walt Jocketty, their general manager you talked about earlier, they have a chance, I think, this year to break that string of 9 straight losing seasons.
2000 was the last winning season for the Reds. That one gets by Sanchez into right field, round third, runner coming home. Here comes Bruce. Here comes Ross's throw, and it's up the line. Jay Bruce scores on a Lance Nix single, and the Reds are off to a quick 2-0 lead.
Looked like the split, the changeup that Ricky likes to use. Nix was a little bit out in front, but got it past. Hit it sharply past Gabby Sanchez. Good charge by Cody Ross, but Jay Bruce, the runner at second base, with pretty good speed, and he beats the throw to the plate.
So Ramon Hernandez now, 3 consecutive hits. Nix chase back. Ramon Hernandez has been a durable catcher in his day, although last year a knee injury cut his season in half. He played 81 games. With all the bats, it's amazing, and even in the ballpark where the Reds play, look at where they were offensively last year.
That is amazing, because Great American Ballpark is a hitter-friendly ballpark. I think sometimes when you see that on-base percentage so low in a ballpark like that, you get a little homer happy. And I don't mean Homer Bailey, who will be pitching in this series. But you get a little homer happy and you forget about just getting on base.
The challenge, it has seemed, for the Reds has been fashioning together a pitching staff that can pitch and get outs in that ballpark. They seem to, in the last 3-4 years, have had talent in the rotation. Bronson Arroyo, Aaron Harang. This is the 3rd year that Cueto's been in the rotation. Volquez has been there for a few seasons now.
Well, it's starting to come together with Homer Bailey, who's 23. Cueto's 24. Volquez is young. The young Cuban who was signed, Aroldis Chapman, will be here probably this year sometime. And if not this year, next year for sure.
How about the 22-year-old who started yesterday, Tim Leake, who jumped right from Arizona State to the big leagues? That one is popped. And it's Sanchez who makes the catch. Mike Leake, who made the start.
Yeah, you know, the walks were up there a little bit. The Leake in 6 2/3. 4 hits and just 1 run. Had 5 strikeouts, did walk 7, but you know what? He did a nice job against the Chicago Cubs. And yep, you do a nice job in your Major League debut, you usually get the pie in the face.
That's an Exmo pie. That's not just any pie. Here's Cueto. Late on that fastball, and it's 0-1.
So what we're trying to say is things are looking better for the Cincinnati Reds as far as their pitching rotation is concerned.
Marlins will see everybody but Mike Leake in this series.
Because I think, I'll be quite honest, if they get into middle of the season, trading deadline, and they're not going to contend for postseason, you could look for, if Harang or Arroyo, either of those guys having a good year, one of those guys could be traded.
One and two. Ironic that Mike Leake makes the jump, but Steven Strasburg opens in the minor leagues, and both he and Chapman made their debut yesterday. Chapman hitting 101 on the gun.
Strasburg in his game, Harrisburg over Altoona. I think both organizations being very careful with both those young arms.
Ricky buries a fastball, but the Reds jump on Nolasco. Rolling a homer, Lance Nix an RBI single. Run, a solo shot, and that got the Reds rolling in the second. Marlins have Dan Uggla, John Baker, and Cody Ross coming up. The next Marlins Family Sunday is May 2nd at 1:10. The Marlins and the Nationals, first 5,000 kids, get a Chris Coughlin Kids Cap courtesy of Jiffy Lube. And all kids can run the bases after the game in the Diamond Dash. 1-877-Marlins, the number to call. Billy. Some fish get all the girls.
Yeah, Billy knows how to pose. And he is no fish out of water.
Here's Uggla. Takes a rip at a fastball. Cueto gave up a Hanley Ramirez double. And then Jorge Cantu lined out to end the first. Uggla's home run came in New York against the Mets. And quickly he's behind in the count 0-2.
if Johnny Cueto has good command of that changeup, the Marlins hitters will have a tough night because he has a good enough fastball to complement it. And so far, that's all he's thrown. He hasn't even used his slider. There it is there, and it backed up.
He wore down last year. He opened the season 8-4 and had a nifty 2.69 ERA. And he would finish the season 11-11 with an earned run average about 4.5.
He had, after that 8-4 start, he had an 8-game stretch where his ERA was over 10. There are some, Rich, who felt his participation in the WBC contributed to that little bit of a meltdown later in the season.
The team that he pitched for in the WBC had a meltdown in the first round.
Disappointing.
The Dominican Republic, losing to the Netherlands.
So a teammate of Hanley's.
There was a veritable all-star team that lost in the first round. They were beaten twice by the Dominicans. Pedro was on that team. Ubaldo Jimenez. Carlos Marmol came out of the bullpen. Had an infield of Hanley Ramirez, Jose Reyes. Big Papi was at first base. Miguel Tejada was on that team, and Uggla gets hit. Uggla's on his way to first. We check in with Allison.
Guys, here with David V. from FoxSportsFlorida.com, our Marlins insider. And David, I've realized there's a lot of people online chatting with you, but they probably don't know a whole lot about you. So tell us a little bit of your background and start with how to pronounce your last name.
Well, my last name is pronounced Villavicencio.
Hence why we call you David V.
And a little bit about me is I was born in Miami. I've been here all 23 years of my life. I've been following the Marlins since 1993. I've actually been to every opening day at the stadium. This is actually my first opening day working. Before I was always in the stands, but I'm really excited to be here in the press box.
It's a little different vantage point when you're working versus as a fan, right?
Very, very different. Very different. The fans get to sit back, relax, and enjoy, and the guys up in the press box, we have to take a little bit more of an analytical aspect of the game.
Have you even gotten to watch much of the game here tonight? You've been so busy chatting, right?
It's been tough. I've snuck a couple peeks at the action, but the chat's pretty live right now.
What are some of the things you've got on FoxSportsFlorida.com right now, feature article-wise?
Today there's an article about how resilient the Marlins have been lately. Some of you might not know this, but they've come back in 3 of their 4 wins this season. And there's an article talking about the different aspects that a team needs to be resilient, as the Marlins have been.
I know you're going to have a backlog of questions and comments to get to, so I'll let you get back to work. FoxSportsFlorida.com if you want to chat with David tonight, and then you can also tomorrow at noon. Rich, Tommy, back to you guys.
John Baker sneaks a ground ball into left field for a base hit. And the Marlins had their first 2 runners aboard in the second.
Bake's one of those guys that's tough for an infield position in a double play situation because you had the shortstop, Orlando Cabrera, cheating a little bit. But Bake likes to hit the ball between short and third. See where Cabrera is? No, he can't get to that ball. If he's in a more normal spot, he probably makes that play. But he cheated a couple of steps, anticipating a double play, and Bake crossed him up.
Cody Ross now. Ross and just about everybody else in a Marlin uniform spent 6 innings waving at knuckleballs yesterday. Charlie Hager, who started for the Dodgers, struck out 12. Ross finally solved him in the 6th with an RBI single, but he struck out 2 times before that at bat. If Hager's knuckleball is anything like it was yesterday, the rest of the year, he's going to win some games.
He's going to be a nice asset to that rotation, only because, as we talked about, he'll give Joe Torre some innings, too.
Ross pulls that one foul, and it's 1-2.
I think the Dodgers have their home opener tomorrow night at Dodger Stadium. Clayton Kershaw, the young left-hander, goes.
So So as I was saying, when I asked Johnny Gomes about Jorge Cantu, he quickly pointed out, hey, the Marlins roster has a bunch of guys like that. Cody Ross from the Reds, Dan Uggla, a Rule 5 draft pick from the Diamondbacks. Ross, the Marlins acquired for a player to be named later. He drives it into right field. Charging is Bruce. Uggla is stopped. Bruce, very strong arm in right, and he threw it right on the money.
See, I think that's interesting because a guy like Johnny Gomes can appreciate that because of the nature of his game and where he's been and how he's had to battle. Good and bad. If the Marlins have this approach against Cueto and stay back, the changeup won't be as effective. And there's the strong throw from Jay Bruce, the right fielder. Notice the veteran Ramon Hernandez, the catcher. He knew there was no play at the plate, so he was holding onto his mask in one hand and just made the grab in the other hand.
That was a pretty good showcase for the arm of Jay Bruce. Well, this is the important batter now as this inning unfolds because the pitcher is on deck. And if Cueto can get Sanchez, then he can go after Nolasco and possibly get 2 outs. Sanchez takes a strike, shook his head, thought it was low. There's Nolasco. Then you got top of the order in Coghlan. Sanchez has been patient. Fastball, ground ball to third, rolling. Phillips, Votto for 2 outs. The Marlins will get a run. But Cueto gets 2 outs, and now he faces Nolasco, and he can end the inning.
Well, when you're a pitcher, you're Johnny Cueto, you're the Reds. That's what you'd like to see. You'll give the early run to the Marlins to get the 2 outs, and it was turned as you would expect a Gold Glove infield to turn it, neatly.
Nolasco out in front on that breaking ball. You look at that left side of the infield, and I know that Cabrera is not the shortstop that he used to be. And Roland doesn't have a lot of range. But in Cincinnati, in fact, just about every ballpark in the Central Division, the infield grass is extremely thick.
And that's quite a change because at one time Orlando Cabrera at short was one of the better AstroTurf shortstops when he was in Montreal on that turf up at Olympic Stadium.
Cabrera last year made 25 errors, splitting his time between Oakland and Minnesota.
There you go, Johnny.
2-2. Little tapper off the glove of Cueto. Phillips just in time to get Nolasco. Marlins have to settle for a run, and they cut the Reds' lead in half. 2-1 Reds on top in the third. Of course, John Baker, part of the group that went over to Iraq. His thoughts.
You're not going to die, you know, win or lose, or you strike out, your family's still going to love you. You're going to have a place to go when you go home. You know, if you mess up on the battlefield, then you're dead, and that's real pressure.
Yeah, Baker and Chris Coughlin spent that week. Freddie Gonzalez, Larry Beinfest, a few of the Mermaids made that trip.
You know, I think the thing that struck me, and I believe it was John Baker who said it, one of the first questions I asked, I said, how about the trip? And his response was it was life-changing.
Drew Stubbs. Flied out back in the first. Stubbs, Votto, Bruce, all high draft picks that the Reds are trying to build this lineup around. A two-time All-American at Texas.
He was an academic All-American a couple of years, too.
He's a tantalizing package of speed, power, defense. AAA last year, 107 games. He stole 46 bases. Stayed on the breaking ball, but Cantu has it. See how quick he is getting down the line.
Yeah, from the left side as a right-handed hitter.
That'll bring up Cabrera.
Number 2,
if you go online and you order up the Perry Hill Infield DVD, which is one of the great instructional DVDs for infielders, you'll see Orlando Cabrera's name mentioned in there in the long list of infielders that won Gold Gloves under Perry Hill.
Well, we've talked about it so often, the appreciation shown by Luis Castillo one year winning a Gold Glove. Louis won 3, and one of them he gave to Perry Hill.
Derek Lee, Mikey Lowell.
And a guy who played Gold Glove defense did not win one, Alex Gonzalez at short.
Guy who played for both the Marlins and the Reds. Chopper out towards second. Ugla. Two down. Our first edition of Inside the Marlins. We go inside the bullpen, the competition for jobs, and a unique look at the bullpen, and go back to spring training. Dan Meyer, Brian Sanchez mic'd up for spring training games. It's Tuesday at 10 on Fox Sports Florida. Joey Votto rolls one into right field. If you want a preview of that show, just visit the Marlins page on foxsportsflorida.com.
Joey Votto's had a little success against Ricky Nolasco. He's 3 for 10 now with that base hit. One of those a home run.
Here's Brandon Phillips.
I think, Rich, when you talk about second baseman in baseball, even if you just stay in the National League, I think many times Brandon Phillips is overlooked.
We were talking about Stubbs and the combination of power and speed and defense. Well, Phillips certainly has that His Gold Glove came in 2008. He also won one of those Fielding Bible Awards. That's kind of the even a higher honor than a Gold Glove, because they only give one of those out for both leagues. Runner goes. Good jump. Baker's throw is high. And Votto has a stolen base.
We talked about Alex Gonzalez. Mentioned his name the other night with Jeff Weaver on the mound. Alex with the Blue Jays this year.
Phillips has power as well. He hit 20 home runs last year. He does not have a lot of plate discipline. He walked just 44 times last season, and that was a career high.
Well, you have a guy who quietly goes about his job, steady defense. We've talked about that, and he's averaged 22 home runs and 86 RBIs his last 4 years.
Off the end of the bat, and Gabby will pick it up and step on the bag. And Ricky is through the third. Reds on top, 2-1. To the U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea, watching around the world: Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. Chris Coughlin, of course, went over to Iraq and Kuwait, and one of the reasons he went over, his brother, Kevin, had served 2 tours of duty.
Try to understand kind of what my brother went through. I'll never fully understand because, you know, I wasn't in the line of fire. I wasn't doing all the things that they do in the months that they spend over there. But try to appreciate even more what they do for us.
Coughlin takes a strike.
Hey, we enjoyed the military buzz cut that Coughlin got while he was overseas, too.
Yeah, that was part of the deal. Coughlin said if he was going to go over, he was going to live the experience, and he got that buzz cut. Chris bounced to second back in the first. Johnny Cueto has been sharp. Pitched out of what could have been a big inning in the second. Did give up a run, but he got a double play ground ball and got out with just the 1 run.
One of the biggest differences, I think, in Chris is just not quite as patient. And I say that because you look at early on, and I know this is only the 7th game, he struck out 9 times and he's walked just once. Usually he's more of a guy that's going to be pretty even strikeouts and walks.
You think he's trying to do too much to live up to everything that happened last year?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's just gotten into a bad groove early on, and he'll come out of it. And every once in a while, he's hit a ball well at somebody.
Brandon Phillips takes care of Coughlin. Here comes Cameron Maybin.
But you look at Coughlin last year, once he was called up, 77 strikeouts, 53 walks, and that's why he had that .390 on-base percentage.
Maybin a strikeout victim. Cueto threw a fastball by him. Johnny Cueto with just that one strikeout. I know that Edinson Volquez and Cueto are both nicknamed Little Pedro. There's probably half a dozen more pitchers that have come out of the Dominican with that nickname. In the hole and off the shortstop, Cabrera. Maybin around first. Big turn. Nix is up with it.
I would venture to say you're exactly right.
Because Pedro Martinez is the hero to so many Dominican pitchers.
Yeah, I like the way Cameron took a nice turn, because once this ball was deflected, it scooted away from Lance Nix, the left fielder. Nix makes a good play as it gets by Orlando Cabrera to get to the ball. Cameron Maybin has it in front of him. He sees that he's not going to make it to second, but a good turn, good aggressive turn by Maybin. Yeah, by the way, Pedro Martinez threw out the first pitch at the Red Sox home opener this year.
Have you ever seen a guy that's not officially retired throw out a first pitch?
No, and I thought of that at that time.
Because I think he's going to pitch again someplace. There's going to be some team in May or June that decides we could use 5 or 6 innings of Pedro down the stretch.
Are you a thinker in John Smoltz in that same category?
Yeah.
Or more with Pedro?
I think so. I think Smoltz is that type of competitor that if the right situation came up, somebody that was either in the race or right there and just needed a piece, I think both those guys are such competitors that they would give it a go.
We'll keep our eye on it.
Worked out pretty well for the Phillies last year. Hanley takes up.
So far, Roy Halladay's working out pretty good for the Phillies.
You're right.
This year.
Things didn't work out too well for Jair Jurgens tonight.
No.
He gave up 7 earned runs. And the Padres are pounding the Braves 9-0 in the 4th.
I think that's a good example, Rich, when people talk about the Padres, they're not going to do much this year, don't have much offense, and boom, all of a sudden they score at will against a good pitcher in Jair Jurgens.
Cantu on deck. Cueto's gone 3-0. And Hanley takes one right down the pipe, and it's 3-1.
Now Hanley saw a 2-0 changeup his first at bat. That tells you that Cueto could throw a 3-1 changeup to him.
Maybin's at first.
And there it is.
With a full count, 1 out, the likelihood that Maybin is on the move increases. And if he got a 3-1 changeup, is he going to get a 3-2 changeup?
It's possible, but we saw him in the previous at-bat come back with a fastball.
Maybin leaning.
Well, if that throw is down, Cameron is out.
He got picked off yesterday.
Watch this throw. He takes a little flinch towards second, gets back quickly, and just makes it under the tag of Votto.
It was Charlie Hager, the knuckleballer, that picked him off. He's running, and Hanley fouls it back.
Rich, here's the rule of thumb of that. This is something that I was always taught. In a 3-2 1-out situation, it's a run and hit. You're running, and the hitter doesn't have to swing because if it's out of the zone, it's ball 4. You should not get picked off in that situation. It's not a straight steal. If you're in a straight steal situation, you might get picked off every now and then. But if it's a hit and run or run and hit, you just want to be on the move when the pitch is delivered to the plate.
This is the 3rd season in the big leagues for Cueto. His 63rd major league start, and he's only 24.
That time, not much of a pause, almost a quick pitch to the plate.
You saw that quick glimpse of Freddie Gonzalez putting his hands together, and it looked like Freddie and the rest of his staff were either trying to alert the umpires or discussing amongst themselves that possibly Cueto had in this sequence quick pitched.
I will say one thing, he's changing it up well.
Which is exactly what you want to do.
Yeah.
Hanley takes down low.
That's a great example, by the way. A good eye by Hanley. But notice how Ramon Hernandez, the veteran catcher, when he saw Maven on the move, this is what's fun about sending runners and having him move. It creates things. He comes up, and think about it if you're C.B. Buckner, the home plate umpire. Kind of blocks him out just a little bit. Could have been called a strike. Maybe because he came up, because Maven was on the move, he didn't quite see it all the way.
Are you better off as a catcher on a low pitch like that conceding the base and framing the pitch?
I think when the runner's on the move, in this particular case, I think you are. But if you think as a catcher that the runner hasn't gotten a good jump and you can throw him out, then you have to go for it.
If the runner's not Cameron Maven, a guy that doesn't have Maven speed, you might be right. All right, here is Cantu now. Hit it hard his first time up. He lined to right to finish off the first. Now he comes up with runners at first and at second. That one skips away, and everybody's going to move up.
I think this year, one of the little things, because we've kind of belabored some of the poor things that have happened. One of the good things, the Marlins have run the bases pretty well. A number of times already this year on balls, as soon as they get into the dirt like that, you don't wait and see how far it gets away from the catcher. If you take off right away, more often than not, you're going to make the next base and beat the throw.
A lot of that has to do with a former Red, Marlins first base coach Dave Collins, who was a terrific base stealer and base runner. Cantu drives that ball left center field and deep. Nix goes back, won't get it. To the wall it goes. Maven scores. Hanley scores. And the RBI machine just keeps cranking out runs. Jorge Cantu has driven in a dozen runs this year, and this is only game number 7.
And guess what? Another double. 5 doubles on the year. And guess what this double is? It's our checkers double. Look how he brought his hands in to get to this pitch. Find that gap in left center. You know, at the beginning of the telecast, I said he was tied for second in the league in RBIs with 10. He was tied with Pujols. Well, Pujols had 4 today and jumped ahead. Well, all of a sudden, Cantu's starting to catch up with him again.
Marlins up now 3-2. Uggla takes outside. Dan hit by a pitch in the second. Cantu has a huge lead, and Cueto, with nobody trying to keep him close, steps off. .60 pitches already for Cueto.
think it's been a good approach tonight by the Marlins hitters.
And that's not something the Marlins have been known for since this group has been together since 2006, and that's working the count, working pitchers. They're known for hitting home runs and scoring lots of runs. Uggla made a big leap last year in that department. He walked 92 times.
Yeah, we've documented that. His walks have increased every year. Yeah, the Marlins 4th in the National League in runs last year. So Ricky has a little lead back in leading this game. See if he can just hold that.
That's a balk. Yep, because
if you lift the leg, you have to step the foot behind the rubber, and he stepped it back down in front of the rubber.
And I think he just lost his balance, and his foot landed on the home plate side of the rubber.
Yeah, you can turn and fake. You don't have to throw to second. But the foot has to go. He lost his balance and put it down because he needed to keep his balance. And that sets things up. That's a good feeling as a hitter. All of a sudden, one out, and the runner's at third base.
And the infield creeps in.
And see if that distracts. And I think because of that, the veteran catcher, Ramon Hernandez, is now going to go out and talk to Cueto.
Of course, the umpires this year have tried to be a little more vigilant about trips to the mound, but you can see in this case it's rather necessary to settle down the young pitcher. Though C.B. Buckner's going to go out and say, enough's enough, let's get rolling. I think what the umpires are trying to avoid this year are the continual trips out, even multiple trips with the same batter. Maybe he's off balance because of all the bling he has around his neck.
I know that usually throws you and I off balance.
Here's the 2-1. Uggla fouls it back. That's why they have those in-room safes in your hotel room. Check your bling at the door. 2-2. Change up. Uggla was on it. Tattoos it to left. Over the head of Nix. Off the wall it goes. Uggla's got a double. Marlins have their 4th run.
Well, that's good stuff. Good swing. I tell you, as a hitter, you just have a much more positive feeling when that runner's at third, the infield's in, and all of a sudden pitchers make mistakes. That changeup drifts middle of the plate in. Dan Uggla just drilled it. No chance for Lance Nix to get to it. So back-to-back doubles by Jorge Cantu and Lance Nix.
And that prompts a visit from the new Reds pitching coach.
And Dan Uggla, I should say. Hey, I was thinking of Jorge Cantu. Just got a note with his double, Rich. 25% of his career hits. That was Jorge Cantu's 175th double. 25% of his career hits been doubles.
It's amazing. The Rays traded him to the Reds. And in 07, the Reds, he played some, and the Reds let him walk. And he's been driving in runs since. Baker now. Got jammed. Cueto on a comebacker has Uggla in a rundown. Uggla's tagged out. Baker took a big turn, and had Uggla been able to make one more lap on the rundown, Baker may have taken a shot at second.
Yeah, I was talking about the good base running earlier. You want to make sure this ball gets by the pitcher. It's a good play, albeit by Cueto, and he turns, and the Reds complete it quickly. 1-5-6 on that fielder's choice. If they don't do it quickly, then John Baker's able to get to second base, which in essence just kind of trades places with Uggla. But they weren't able to do that.
This will be the 25th pitch of the inning for Johnny Cueto.
A little different than his last start. His last start, obviously his first start of the year. 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs against St. Louis.
Big swing by Ross. Cody singled back in the second. When Cody Ross finishes his career and someone asks him, who did you play for? He said, well, I came up with the Tigers. I got in a few games with the Dodgers, spent some time in their minor league system. And then I had 2 days as a Red. 2 games, 1 for 5. And then they traded him to the Marlins for a player to be named later. He's got 2 hits in this one.
Reds fans hardly remember it. Marlins fans certainly do.
Well, the Marlins are certainly making Cueto work, which is important because as much as the Marlins bullpen has struggled, the Reds bullpen has been even messier this year. The Marlins bullpen's ERA is just under 5, 4.95, and that's been an issue for the Fish. The Reds bullpen's ERA, 7.16. I know it's early, but no manager or pitching coach wants to see numbers like that.
They have a bullpen. The back end of their bullpen's not bad. You know, they have the veteran Arthur Rhodes, the Francisco Cordero closing games.
I think we saw that with the Dodgers, who were just here. Good back of the pen with Broxton.
And I'll bet you if you took a survey of 30 teams, 29, not counting the Marlins, most managers would tell you, yeah, our middle of the bullpen, they're just trying to piece together, trying to get it sorted out.
Well, the big money goes to the closer. You try to find a guy that could be a closer to be your 8th inning guy, and then you mix and match after that. There's some big payroll teams whose bullpens have really blown up this year. The Cubs pen, their ERA, 7.27. The Dodgers, 5.68. Boston, 5.12. The Angels, 5.48. High pop. Votto giving chase.
You know, there have been some high-priced closers also who have really struggled early on. Trevor Hoffman has blown a couple of saves, gave up back-to-back home runs last night to the Cardinals. Fortunately, his ball club came back and won the game in the bottom half of the inning. But Billy Wagner's blown a save, so guys who are getting paid a lot of money, they haven't been doing the job either.
Marlins have 3 here in the 3rd and a 4-2 lead. Sanchez nearly tears himself in 2 going after that fastball. Marlins, though, put 3 on the board. Jorge Cantu drives in 2 more. 4-2. Marlins on top of the Reds. Fourth inning coming up. Jorge Cantu, a 2-run double, which has become commonplace in this first week of the season. Although I guess now that we've hit Monday, we're officially into the second week of the season. Boy, didn't Target Field look good?
The opener, yeah, they had great weather up in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. The new ballpark opening, a home opener for the Twins, and it looked gorgeous. And I think things worked out pretty well for Minnesota, too.
Scott Rowland worked out Ricky Nolasco in the second, and he drills this one down the left field line. This one is deep and gone. A pair of solo homers for the veteran third baseman.
Well, he's 35, but there's no question he still has the quickness in that bat. He's had a terrific career, Scott Rowland has. There's a breaking ball. The curve ball kind of floats out over the plate. Scott Rowland, an all-star 5 times, rookie of the year back in 1997. That's his 20th career multi-homer game.
You can remember the pain that he played in at the end of that 2006 season with the shoulder injury. And into the postseason, every time he swung, you could almost see the pain on his face. But it paid off with a world championship. And he's in a groove here tonight. Nolasco changes speeds on Jay Bruce.
Yeah, by the way, the Minnesota Twins in their home opener defeating the Red Sox 5-2.
I saw a few signs on that telecast. The house that Joe built. Obvious reference to Joe Mauer. Bruce has hit it hard twice. So Nolasco's not fooling many Reds tonight. The Marlins Super Party Suite is the perfect destination for your next VIP event at a Marlins game. 3 luxurious Legend Club suites offer a comfortable and affordable experience at a Marlins game. Big league entertainment for your group. Just call 305-626-SAVE.
Well, the Reds can breathe easier with Jay Bruce, who came into the game 0 for his last 17. And he's had a couple of good swings and 2 base hits.
Cody Ross obviously didn't have a lot of those growing up in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
He had hot air balloons in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
That's right. That's a great tradition in that city. And a great view of the Sandia Mountains. Runner goes. It's fouled back.
I was reading some notes on the new ballpark in Minnesota, and they feel that it will favor left-handed hitters, of course, with Mauer and Morneau, 2 of their big guys, and Mauer in that game today, 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs.
There was a group from the Marlins that was at that opening day today in Minneapolis. Fly ball left field, Coughlin. Because that's the last new ballpark to open before the Marlins' new ballpark opens in 2012. David St. Peter, one of the vice presidents of the Twins, was nice enough to invite some of the Marlins brass up just to give them a taste of what an opening day in a new ballpark is all about.
It was a beautiful 65-degree day. And over 38,000 in attendance.
Here's Hernandez. Reds jumped on Nolasco for 2 runs in the second. Marlins got a run in the second and then 3 in the third. But another Scott Rowland home run has made it a 1-run game again. Out of Cody Ross's reach. Reds opened their season against the Cardinals and dropped 2 of 3. You mentioned the last winning season was 2000. The last postseason for the Reds was 1995. They got to the National League Championship Series and lost to Atlanta. They did have that one-game wild card play-in game, so to speak, which is actually a regular season game, not a postseason game. That was in '99. And that was against the Mets.
That was I believe, a Jack McKeon managed Reds team.
Yeah, both '99 and 2000. The former Marlins skipper had success in Cincinnati.
And as a beloved figure in Cincinnati, as he is here in South Florida, too.
The pitcher, Johnny Cueto, up now. Cueto called out on strikes in the second. Pitchers don't get the same strike zone courtesy that catchers get, do they?
Not quite. Not quite.
Ugla flip on over to first in time. Another Scott Rowland home run. This one to left, and it's 4-3. Florida, when you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? 1-877-MAROONY. Buy AT&T, your world delivered. Buy tobacco-free Florida. Escape the addiction of tobacco. Be free. Visit FloridaQuitline.com. This opens up a 4-game series. The Marlins and the Cincinnati Reds. Sun Life Stadium. And there is still life in Scott Rowland. A homer to right, a homer to left.
You know, coming into the game, Scott Rowland didn't have a huge sample size against Ricky Nolasco, but he was 2 for 6. So he's now 4 for 8 with a couple of home runs.
Let's check in with Craig. Craig?
Hey, thank you very much, Rich. The Marlins did something today they'll do maybe 15 or 20 times a year, and that is hit inside the batting cage. Because of the rain today, it came just before the Marlins batting practice. It actually gave way, and the Reds were able to hit out on the field here today. What's the difference when you hit inside? Well, sometimes in the heat of summer, it can be a blessing, as hitting coach Jim Presley told me. But some players actually said it also can be good because you concentrate on line drive. No seats to shoot for, no big home runs to shoot for. However, most of the guys will also tell you if you're going to get refreshed and get ready, lathered up before a game, you much prefer to be out on the field, kind of breathe in the stadium, hear the music, and get into the flow there a few hours before game time. But I thought it was interesting to mention, you know, you only have line drives to hit when you're in the batting cage, so there is something to be gained from hitting inside.
And if you're Craig, if you're watching BP, no flash photography, please.
And no pepper games in there either, Rich.
That's true.
Very tight.
That's a good point. Chris Coughlin, Cameron Maybin, Johnny Cueto is already 76 pitches into this ball game.
My preference was always to hit outside if you could. I think Craig did mention it. You get a feel. You know, you get a feel for the ballpark, for what the elements are, instead of all of a sudden just showing up and there you are in the batter's box.
So you must have been really conflicted when you were traded to the Expos, because you then had to always hit inside.
No, when I was there, they didn't have the roof. They had the big opening. It was the big O, and it was cold.
At what point did they affix the roof that didn't work? It was supposed to be retractable, right?
Yeah, it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be like an umbrella. I believe it was after I was out of it. But as a player there, it had that big opening in the middle.
The design of that retractable roof was...
but because of the weather up there, we hit inside a lot, too.
I haven't seen the design of that retractable roof duplicated in any of the new ballparks.
Well, there was some thought, I think, was it a couple of years ago, to some sort of a roof affixed to a new ballpark in Tampa that was an umbrella type.
Like a sail.
Yeah, it was like a sail. I mean, that thing would have sailed to the Bahamas during hurricane season.
Coughlin bounces out. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. Joey Votto, listen up. It's about your mates across the diamond. Reds third baseman. Who played the most career games at third base for the Reds?
Well, let's see. Pete Rose played some there. Tony Perez played some there before he moved over to first.
How about Chris Sabo?
Chris Sabo is a good guess.
Chris Sabo's nickname, wasn't it Spuds McKenzie?
Yeah. He had those glasses.
He played, I believe he played on that World Championship team, that Lou Piniella-led team, in 1990.
He's a hard-nosed guy.
I don't think our good buddy Aaron Boone had enough games to eclipse Sabo. Maybin smacks it into center field. That's a base hit and a loud one.
Well, Cameron with his second hit got things started in that third inning with a one-out single. His whole objective, stay on top of the ball, make some contact, hit a lot of pitches just like that.
Couple hits for Maybin tonight. All right, we saw the cat and mouse game back in the third with Hanley up. But that came with one out. Now there's 2 outs. Maybin was nearly picked off by Cueto. Oh, C.B. Buckner got that one right in the mask. Let's hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's walking it off, but he appears to be okay. right directly in that mask. And he's wearing the bigger style, hockey style mask. There's Mike Kozak, Marlins assistant athletic trainer, saying, how many outs are there, CB? What time is it? What city are you in?
That's not easy for umpires because there are no home games for umpires. I mean, the season is one long road trip for these guys.
Yeah, they do get a little vacation time, but you're right. They don't have that 10-day, 12-day homestand.
They're the guys that I thought of when I saw the movie Up in the Air with George Clooney.
That's a great movie, by the way.
You
but
know,
yeah, all the travel.
They
can't pack quite as efficiently as George Clooney did
in that movie. I just picture all of them with the platinum or the diamond level club cards to all the airport lounges and all the hotel.
The only guy that I know that packs as efficiently as George Clooney is Jim Pollard,
our esteemed director. And just a reminder to our fans, we can build this up much like we did the hijacked Meziga video of the incredible play. Tommy Hutton is going to finish the Bill Lee bowling ball bag on the airplane story when we get to L.A. or San Diego.
Kind of incorporates both, but it culminates in L.A.
For those of you that missed it, Tommy played with the spaceman. At one point, he got onto a team flight, and the only luggage he had was a bowling ball bag.
You're going to have to wait till the 5th of July.
And you're telling me we need to tell that late at night when we're on the West Coast, right?
Well, there's ways to R-rate it up a little bit.
Hanley bounces one to third. Rowland the short way to get Maben. And the inning is over. We played 4. Scott Rowland's hit 2 out, but it's not enough yet for the Reds. 4-3 Fish. Fifth inning has arrived, 4-3. Marlins on top of the Reds. If you'd like the telecast with Spanish language, press the SAP button on your remote or your set. Raul Stryker Jr. and Cookie Rojas join us. Hi, guys.
Richie and Tommy, how are you guys?
Good. We're good tonight.
All right. Yes, sir.
Cookie, I want your input. We were struggling to figure out the AT&T trivia question. Most games at third base by a Cincinnati Red. We threw a Chris Sabo out there. and even an Aaron Boone. You got anything else for us?
Well, I would say that Ray Knight might be one of them, too. He was there for quite a few years and played third base quite a long time.
Another good guess. I like that guess. Hey, Cookie, didn't Tony Perez started at third baseman, didn't he?
Yeah, but I don't think he played that long at third base.
Not that many
games. First base.
Yeah, not then he moved him over.
No.
Pete Rose started.
He said it was too hot. Especially on turf, you know.
Drew Stubbs is up. Now, Cookie, when you were with the Phillies in the 60s, it was the Big Red Machine was just building, wasn't it?
Absolutely. You know, I started with Cincinnati, as a matter of fact, in 1962, and then they traded me to Philadelphia. And at that time, after that, when Pete Rose came over to take place and play second base, that's when everything started to come along with Johnny Bench, and then after that, John Morgan and Concepcion. And from then on, boy, they did have a red machine that was unbelievable.
Ricky Nolasco with the 2-2 pitch.
Y este batazo a Hanley Ramírez en el campo corto resbaló, pero no pudo sacarlo.
Wow, there's a look at that speed of Drew Stubbs.
Yeah, just a little slip by Hanley, and Stubbs beats it out.
I think you can see with the slip right there, the back foot gives way, so he can't quite get enough on the throw. And it's bang, bang, but Drew Stubbs can get up that line in a hurry, and he showed it there.
Got to be a base hit.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think an indication as to the type of game and type of stuff Ricky Nolasco has tonight. He might not have the biting, breaking ball, the good fastball where he spots, because he doesn't have any strikeouts. And we saw a guy strike out 16 in the Atlanta Braves last year. He had some strikeouts against the Mets in his last start. But no strikeouts, no walks tonight. But he does have one, struck out Cueto in the second inning.
That's not really a strikeout.
That's a pitcher.
Yeah.
But that gives you a little indication of the type of game he's working with. And that's one of the things that always impresses me about Ricky. He can work around maybe not having his best stuff.
Time call. That's one thing that the Marlins have really emphasized this year and worked on diligently in spring training, doing a better job of holding runners at first base. Randy St. Clair, the pitching coach, preached a little quicker to the plate, a little quicker to first, and hold the ball. Vary your times to the plate. Marlins obviously thought that Stubbs was running.
Nothing worse for a runner than if you, and this is why you see hitters will step out once in a while, if you hold the ball and kind of freeze the runner so he doesn't get that walking lead.
Stubbs is running, little hit and run, and Cabrera fouls it back to the screen.
What's a good combo there with the veteran Orlando Cabrera at the plate. You can see his career, good percentage, and you just get the feeling with the intelligence that this kid has, with the speed that we've seen, that he's going to be a 25 to 30 stolen base guy.
46 stolen bases in 107 AAA games last year. On 1 pitch, hit deep left field, hooking towards the pole. That ball is gone. And the Reds are right back on top. The third long ball hit against Ricky Nolasco. Second of the season for Orlando Cabrera.
Well, it's that kind of night for Ricky. He just doesn't have the greatest of stuff in command. You can tell by the low strikeouts, just the one, the mistakes, fastball up and turned on by Orlando Cabrera. His second home run of the year, and he knew it.
He almost looked like a mini Manny.
Orlando Cabrera from Cartagena, Colombia.
Has a brother, Holbert Cabrera, who has been in the big leagues. Holbert also played in Japan.
Kind of a good utility guy. You know, had a okay big league career, bounced around with a lot of teams.
Speaking of Colombian shortstops, has anyone gotten Edgar Renteria out yet? Off to a great start with the Giants. Joey Votto with a big swing and a miss. Time now for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men, Mustache, and Beard. Jorge Cantu, 2-run double. Keeps driving in runs. You can keep your edge with Just for Men, Mustache, and Beard. Brandon Phillips makes a breaking ball for a strike.
I don't know about Edgar Renteria exact numbers, but one guy who's off to a great start is his teammate, last year's Cy Young winner, Tim Lincecum. He's 2-0 on the early season. Struck out 10 Atlanta Braves last night.
Giants are 5-1. They've got Pittsburgh tonight, and Barry Zito on the mound. It's in San Francisco. Temperatures in the low 50s with pretty good wind expected. Brandon Phillips.
Well, I tell you what, the last two hitters after the home run have probably been pitched better than anybody tonight by Ricky, striking out Votto and Phillips.
All right, here's the answer for Reds third baseman. I think Cookie Rojas may have it with Ray Knight.
Ray Knight, that's a good guess.
Oh, Sabo.
Chris Sabo.
Thank you.
Look at that, Pete Rose at 6'13".
And Aaron Boone was in the top three. Ray Knight was fourth on that list with 528 games.
I don't know what it was, but it's almost like that Orlando Cabrera home run did something to Ricky. First of all, it lost him a lead. But he's made some really good pitches since then.
Well, previous to that, here are the two pitches that Roland hit out.
Fastball out over the plate. Went the other way, no problem. And then a hanging curveball he pulled. Second time in his career he's had a multi-homer game against the Marlins. 20th of his career.
1-2 coming. Better breaking ball. Maben charging in, makes the catch. But the Reds go deep again. This time it's Orlando Cabrera, and it's 5-4. Telecast is on American Forces Network. The American Forces Network broadcasting to U.S. Armed Forces serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. Watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. We've talked about Chris Coughlin, John Baker, Freddie Gonzalez, Larry Beinfest over in Iraq. One of the things they did, they convinced Chris Coughlin to dress up in a protective suit and have one of the attack dogs get him. Watch this.
He's turtling.
I think that the laugh you hear is John Baker.
All is well. A broken wrist wouldn't have been real funny there, but
no,
that was funny.
Nobody told the dog that was the National League Rookie of the Year. just be a little careful.
Yeah, Big probably told him, "Oh yeah, you'll be okay. Don't worry about it."
Cantu, Ugla, and Baker. Bottom 5. It's been a back and forth ball game. And Cantu sends it out to center. Stubbs makes the catch. Ugla's coming up. Census going out. And in the home stretch. The 2010 census, not too late. Fill it out, mail it back today.
Johnny Cueto at 92 pitches right now as he works here in the 5th. More than likely, he's 4th up next inning. More than likely, this will be his last inning.
Ugla was hit by a pitch and scored in the 2nd, doubled in the 3rd. This is not the script that the Marlins have been following this year. The script reads, get solid starting pitching, bullpen comes in, and who knows what you're going to get, and then score a bunch of runs in the 8th and the 9th and win the game. Here tonight, 3 home runs by the Reds.
Well, 3 of the 4 wins have been 1-run ball games.
The Marlins were the best in the National League in 1-run games last year. Cueto just missed. Fox tracks. Well, maybe I might want to amend that just missed.
I like the fact, and we talked about it before, that Fox tracks gives you when it crosses the plate, in front of the plate. Not when the catcher catches it. And so I think you can see so many times a catcher will maybe catch it down, but it crosses the plate as a strike.
Wouldn't you say that that's one of the more difficult things for an umpire that's behind the plate to do? Because he's set behind the catcher. The hitter is set well behind the plate, and he has to judge as it crosses the plate.
Absolutely, and especially if you have a guy that has real good movement with his sinker, or maybe a good 12-6 curveball.
That Fox tracks technology is almost identical to the technology that Major League Baseball umpires and their supervisors use to grade out games. Umpires will watch their games and get a report on how they did in terms of strike zone.
Just like you and I watch our telecasts. I grade you, you grade me.
Very low technology, though.
Thanks for that A- last week.
Well, trying to bring the class average up. 3-2 coming. Ugla drills it left field. That's deep. Nix goes back. Base of the wall. Second double.
Yeah, good to see Daniel put a charge into a couple of balls tonight. RBI double in the third inning. That was either the changeup, maybe the slider, but it was not a good one. And Dan Uggla splits the difference between the left fielder and the center fielder.
Marlins with a chance to tie this ball game up. Johnny B. Baker is on his way out to the mound in his third year as the Reds skipper. Sacramento, California native.
Interesting, he's going out there and not Brian Price, the pitching coach. Juan Lopez down to the bullpen, taking the call from the dugout.
I think this is more inspirational than instructional or mechanical.
Yeah, and it might be, hey, help me get through this inning. There's one down, and I know you're at 100 pitches. Disregard that. But it's interesting, even with that slow trip to the mound, the conversation, there's still nobody warming up in the Reds bullpen. Now there will be. After a point down there, maybe.
Everyone's looking at the phone.
Yeah, who is he pointing at?
Baker gets a fastball on the inside part.
Juan Lopez saying, I can't believe he hasn't called. You never call, you never write.
No roaming charges.
And we went through that whole thing last year. No texting because you can't have cell phones.
No.
Any electronic equipment like that. No.
Can't have it in the dugout. Can't have it.
And of course, before phones, each pitcher down there had kind of a sign. You know, big guy, you'd put your arms, a big tall guy.
Ground ball out to second. Slipping there is Phillips, and his throw just gets Baker. Uggla moves to third, but there's 2 outs now. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Florida Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins.
Well, they have gotten somebody loose. Daniel Ray Herrera, a little lefty, and I'll tell you, he's getting loose in a hurry.
Herrera, one of the few pitchers in baseball today that throws a true screwball.
He is not wasting any time getting ready. So if he has an effective screwball, it would be a good pitch to right-handed hitters. So it doesn't matter, lefties or righties.
We just saw somebody throw a screwball in New York, didn't we? Was it Ryota Igarashi?
I think it was. It was, Rich, but I was going to let you say that.
Here's the 0-2. Thanks. Ross has a couple hits against Cueto, who is closing in on 110 pitches. He's at 107. There's an RBI waiting at third with 2 outs.
If there was a little knock on Dusty in Chicago, it was maybe pitchers throwing a few too many pitches.
Of course, Dusty, when he managed in Chicago, brought the Cubs oh so close to the World Series. And it was the Marlins that dashed his hopes in 2003. Then terrific comeback late in Game 6 of the National League Championship Series. Marlins went on to win Game 7 and win the World Series. Ross sprays that ground ball over to Phillips, who flips to first. Cueto pitches around the ugly double. We played 5 Reds up by a run. Five-4, Reds on top of the Fish. Let's check in with Allison.
Well, guys, after 90 years of playing their spring ball in Florida, the Reds moved spring training to Arizona. And while team officials say it was a success, the attendance numbers would say otherwise. In 16 games, about 66,700 people came out to watch spring training, so that's an average about 4,000 a game. And I talked to some of the players. They said there was good and bad to playing in Goodyear, Arizona. There was less traveling in the Cactus League, which is always nice, but really it sounded like there was more bad. First of all, there's no beach, obviously, in Arizona. And then also they noticed that the fans weren't there. They felt like in Sarasota it was all about the Reds, and of course it's closer to Ohio for fans that want to make the trip down to Florida. And all in all, they weren't real high on playing in Arizona, but that's where they're going to stay. And actually their attendance combined with the Cleveland Indians was the lowest in spring training.
Cameron Maben and Chris Coughlin makes the catch. Well, Allison and Tommy, we all know that if you go to the west coast of Florida, you run into a ton of people from Ohio and the Midwest.
A lot of Midwesterners go and like to head to the West Coast. And that's right, yeah. So I can understand why the attendance is better in the Sarasota area than in Arizona. And you're right, there are no beaches in Arizona.
Ricky Nolasco misses outside to Lance Nix after getting Jay Bruce. Nix to be followed by Ramon Hernandez. Coming. Been a tough night for Ricky. The 2 homers to Scott Rowland, a 2-run shot to Orlando Cabrera. And he loses Lance Nix. Don't miss your chance to lock in priority seating in the new Marlins ballpark. Become a Marlins season ticket holder in 2010. Reserve your spot in line. Seat selection in the new Marlins ballpark will begin this season for current season ticket holders. 1-877-Marlins, the number to call. That last shot from a few days ago from the Goodyear blimp. Ground ball in the hole and into left field. Nix, who was on the move, into third. And the Reds putting the game in motion. Dusty Baker now has runners at the corners. And a pinch hitter coming up for the pitcher spot.
Yeah, a little hit and run with Nix on the move. The ball was hit sharply, but when you're the runner, Nix takes a peek, sees where it is. He has it right in front of him, the play. So he knows it's going to be a tough play for any left fielder. Hanley deflects the ball a little bit, but there wasn't a play at third. So, yeah, Dusty Baker has his team on the move tonight.
Left-handed bat of Chris Dickerson will pinch hit.
Yeah, Dickerson last year, 97 games with the Reds out of the University of Nevada, Reno.
Velasco misses outside. No one throwing yet in the Marlins bullpen, but a few guys stirring around, starting a pre-pitch routine.
Well, Ricky's gotten to 87 pitches. He is coming up next inning. Tough guy to double up to, and Dickerson, you'd like to get a ground ball double play. Quite a difference in the Cincinnati Reds bench compared to the Dodgers bench that we just saw.
The Dodgers bench have some big names and some guys that are terrific pinch hitters. Jamie Carroll is maybe the least glamorous name there, but he was the best pinch hitter in terms of average last year in baseball.
Good matchup tomorrow night. Bronson Arroyo and Nate Robertson, who pitched a really solid 5 innings in New York for the win the other day.
Missed out, and now he's gone 3-1. The top of the order is on deck. Drew Stubbs. So a big moment for Ricky Nolasco. Big moment for the Reds, with Nix and Hernandez on the corners. Went after a fastball that was darting outside. It's 3-2.
Not sure if he will, but let's see what Dusty has up his sleeve with Hernandez. The catcher at first doesn't run that well on a 3-2 pitch.
He's running. Strike 3 called. Throw down to second. Runner coming home. Hanley's throwing. They got him. Baker holds on. Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play. Hanley returns fire. Baker had the plate blocked. The Reds gamble, and the Marlins cash in with a very unorthodox double play. the Marlins.
Well, it sure is. You get the strikeout, you had Hernandez on the move. He's going to stop, so you can't tag him. Hanley alertly comes up, fires to the plate. Look at how John Baker blocked off the runner. There was no chance right there for Lance Nix to score because of the way John Baker blocked him off the plate. But it took a nice throw from Hanley to do that. That is execution perfection. Sometimes a play like that will get a little momentum going on your side.
Gabby Sanchez leads it off. Sanchez, the number 9 spot. It's Mike Lincoln who was in there for the Reds. He takes over for Johnny Cueto. 5 innings for Cueto. Nothing came easy for either starter in this ball game.
Here's a guy generally with pretty good command. Fastball, curveball, slider. Not overpowering. He's done a good job out of the bullpen. And he's had an interesting career. He had a 3-year period where he didn't pitch at all, just recovering from various elbow problems. 05 through 07.
Emilio Bonifacio on deck. That's the pitcher spot. Nolasco has gone 6 innings, 5 runs, 3 homers. Outside corner, that one came back. And C.B. Buckner called it a strike. You can see Sanchez shaking his head. But that was a similar call to the one that he rung up Dickerson on to start that double play. Coors Light 6th inning, freeze can time. We'll freeze that. That was the ball off the mask of C.B. Buckner, the Frostbrewed Coors Light freeze can. He's had a pretty consistent strike zone. I think watching this ball game, as you see Bonifacio step in, and you compare it to, say, Saturday night's game that Jerry Lane worked behind the plate, C.B. Buckner is calling the low strike consistently. Jerry Lane didn't call the low strike, but he was consistent. And I think if you're on either side, all you can ask for is that an umpire is consistent from the first pitch.
I don't think pitchers or hitters would complain if the strike zone got a little bigger, but was consistent all the time. By the way, I thought it was interesting, too. Remember earlier in the game, Ramon Hernandez coming up with a base runner on the move. I think Hanley was the hitter, possibly being blocked out, and it was a ball. Dickerson, his pitch coming up again, but he swung. A little different story.
Bonifacio swings and fouls it at the plate. Well, the Marlins would love to get this guy on base with his speed. And that was the challenge for Bonifacio last year.
I think we may see him sometime this week. You and I talked with Freddie about moves he may make, and Freddie said sometime this week he might give Cody Ross a rest. He wants to make sure that calf is okay.
Bonifacio goes down swinging. Mike Lincoln has come in.
And with a string of right-handed starters, probably through Friday, even in Philadelphia, he said he might get Ronnie Paulino in a game against a right-hander.
Yeah, all right-handers the rest of the way for the Reds, and then Roy Halladay is waiting on Friday.
More than likely, and after Halladay would be Cole Hamels, a lefty. You can see the control and command that Lincoln has of curveball, the slider, and the fastball.
Coghlan's ground ball sucked up there by Rowland, who fires it across. 1, 2, 3 goes Mike Lincoln in the 6th. 5-4 Reds on top of the Marlins, top of the 7th. Ricky Nolasco left for a pinch hitter. That means Tim Wood comes out of the bullpen, and he'll take over for the Marlins. Wood's numbers, he's had one bad outing, a couple decent ones, and we check in with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Rich, thank you very much. The Dugout Buddies program continues. We have a group here from Coral Springs actually making their 3rd trip here to the stadium. With me is the coach, Kevin Kelleher. Now, how's that working out for you guys?
Well, tonight wasn't a good night because of the rain, but we're actually getting to see a great game, and go Marlins.
We have some footage here. The other 2 trips, and again, the Dugout Buddies is the program where the Little League team comes. They sell some game tickets, and they get to sit in the dugout and watch batting practice, then get to meet some of the fans, the players. But you haven't been able to do that. Well, what happened the first trip?
Well, the first trip we got rained out. The second trip there was a bad accident on the turnpike, and we got here late. And the third trip we got rained out again. So, but we're looking forward to coming back a 4th time.
So today we shot some video. You did get to see, if you will, batting practice. It was just in the cages here below, huh?
Right. We saw the batting practice that was underneath the stadium in the cages.
All right. Tell us about this team here. You got the Coral Springs Sea Dogs, named after, good Marlin fans may remember the connection here.
Well, it's named after the original Sea Dog team. That was the Marlins, Portland Sea Dogs, which is a Marlins minor league affiliate. And we actually have 2 teams here today. We have our 13U team, under 13-year-old team, and under 10-year-old team. And we're both representing the Sea Dogs.
Guys, stand up so we can see you and point in that direction. Here they are, the Sea Dogs. Stand up, good. Doing a good job this year in Coral Springs. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you for a 4th Dugout Buddies down the line.
Thank you very much.
All right. Take it away, guys.
Dan Ugla there to make that catch. The Portland Sea Dogs were managed at one point by Carlos Tosca.
Of course, one of the most popular former Marlins who played for the Portland Sea Dogs, Kevin Millar.
Isn't there a great... Isn't there a Portland story you've got about the Marlins playing an exhibition game in Portland?
Oh, we had one of the best dining experiences after the exhibition game. I believe we were on our way to Montreal, and we stopped, played the exhibition game against the Sea Dogs.
Did somebody hit a grand slam?
Actually, a couple of stories. No, Ross Glode.
Oh, it was Glode.
Was playing for the Sea Dogs and hit for the cycle.
That's it.
Against the Marlins. I thought you were talking about the Great Lobster Fest that we had, that we had afterward.
No, I was not with the club at that time. I remember Glode telling the story last year.
Yeah, that was a great stop.
Glode did not mention anything about the lobsters, just that he hit for the cycle. Joey Votto's up, and he smacks it into center field. Maben, did he make the catch? Yes! Tumbling in center field, Cameron Maben. A 7-pitch inning for Tim Wood, highlighted by this. Whoa. is on the American Forces Network, broadcasting the U.S. Armed Forces serving in 175 countries aboard ships at sea. Cameron Maben coming to the plate. Maben made a tremendous catch out in center field. If you're an umpire, you get a real-time look. This is a slow-motion look, and it's hard to tell whether the ball popped up, but this second look, the webbing underneath the ball and into the glove.
Boy, that's just a nice play because that ball was stung, and Cameron had to get there in a hurry. Joey Votto hit it hard.
Maben 2 for 3. Lincoln has shown a good breaking ball. He worked a 1-2-3-6.
Yeah, he came in through strikes. Tim Wood came in for the Marlins and had a 7-pitch inning.
That curveball is a strike. Marlins and Reds the next 3 nights. Then the Marlins have a 3-time zone, 3-division road trip. Philadelphia for the weekend, spend the week in Houston, and then on to Colorado for another weekend series. With a real fashion dilemma for Tommy Hutton.
Well, you and I will be looking at each other saying, what time is it? Now you throw in a couple of sweater vests. We'll have it covered. We'll be okay.
Maven has worked the count full.
Of course, I still have the sweater vests in the suitcase that I took to New York when it was 88 degrees.
For those of you watching on the American Forces Network, my partner Tommy Hutton was a sweater vest aficionado. (3-2). Maven's ground ball finds the glove of Brandon Phillips. Up comes Hanley. Up comes the next Super Saturday, the Baker Concrete Super Saturday on May 1st. Salsa legend Willie Chirino is the post-game concert. You got fireworks. It's all presented by Badia Spices. The Marlins take on the Nationals at 7:10. Fans get a Marlins Thunderstick, 1-877 Marlins. Hanley doubled in the first, was walked in the third, and bounced into a fielder's choice in the fourth.
Yeah, you almost get the feeling, the way the Marlins have played games early this year, that they've got the Reds right where they want them. Down 1 run.
That may make for a lot of excitement, but over the course of the season,
it's a little wearing.
Yeah.
And you like to have those comfortable wins every now and then.
Would you say that San Diego is comfortably on top of Atlanta right now? That's a low breaking ball on the National League batting champ.
Hanley with a little look at C.B. Bucknor. Yeah, it even came across the plate low. Yeah, I would say it's not a good night to pitch for the Braves in San Diego.
17-2, San Diego up over Atlanta. That's a strike on Hanley, and the count's 2-2. Man, when that's a 2-0 pitch as well.
2-0 curveball that misses as it did completely changes the entire at-bat for Hanley. Then he takes a fastball for strike 2.
Hernandez asked for a curve. Lincoln shook him off. Hanley yanks it foul. Jair Jurgen started that game. He gave up 8 runs. Jojo Reyes came in and provided 3 1/3 innings of relief He gave up 9 runs.
Well, basically, Jojo Reyes is taking one for the team, for Bobby Cox and the Braves. Hanley, I think, might have thought one of two things, either strike 3 or ball 4. It was neither.
Breaking ball, Hanley stays alive. Reds a 1-run lead. 3 home runs in the game. Scott Rowland has hit a couple. Orlando Cabrera has homered. Marlins' big inning was the 3rd. 2-run double by Jorge Cantu. RBI double by Dan Uggla.
Good battle Hanley is giving to Mike Lincoln, the right-hander. Neither starter had his best stuff, but both relievers have come in and thrown the ball well.
Lincoln has retired all 4 he's faced. Johnny Cueto 5 innings. The Red starter. Ricky Nolasco 6 for the Marlins. Hanley goes after that pitch, and just before Hanley got there, Joey Votto arrived at first base.
Joey Votto had Hanley Ramirez played perfectly, well off the line. He's not expecting Hanley to send one down the right field. Look how far off the line he is. All that room to first base, and then he just beats Hanley to the bag. If he had had to relay it to the pitcher, I don't think they would have completed the play.
Cantu takes outside. Cantu, as we documented at the outset of the night, was 2 for 3 against Johnny Cueto, and they were both home runs. He went 1 for 3, but that one was a 2-run double. So keep that in mind the next time the Marlins see the Reds, which I think is in another 4 months. It's a tradition for the Marlins. They usually show up in Cincinnati in August.
Yeah, the second week of August, the weekend series. So make your plans, 13th, 14th, and 15th of August in the Queen City, as they like to say.
Weren't we there last year and it was Oktoberfest?
Yeah, they had it all downtown.
In August, they had Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was great. There were brats everywhere. I thought I was in Milwaukee.
Cantu takes outside. That's right. Half of our crew were wearing the Dachshund hats, the Wiener Dog hats. Now Uggla, who doubled twice against Cueto, gets his first look at Lincoln. Big breaking ball for a strike. Here's the 0-1, and it's outside. I've lost my partner. Every now and then, spontaneous, uncontrollable laughter.
Well, we're thinking of some of the other adventures we've had in Cincinnati.
That's another one for the late night West Coast road trip. Here's the 1-1 coming. Instead, a throw over to first. Hernandez had to pluck that one out of the dirt.
Well, you think about it, it was a good at bat by Hanley. He eventually hit that ground ball to first. And then all of a sudden, Lincoln, a little trouble throwing strikes to Cantu.
Our Lexus league leaders, fewest hits allowed per 9 innings. The Reds are right there.
Not a surprise that San Francisco's up there, nor Atlanta leading.
Fights off a breaking ball.
Been a good night for Dan. He's been on base all 3 times, hit by a pitch, 2 doubles.
Two coming. Ugla shatters the bat and sends it into right field. Cantu all the way to third, and he'll meet up with Ugla's bat as he hits third base.
Yeah, pieces went down the third base line. The ball into right field. Because the ball was hit softly and the bat shattered, that allowed Jorge to get to third base. And Dan doesn't have a whole lot left in his hands after that base hit. So a 3-for-3 night for Dan Ugla. Good hitting. And now we'll see what Dusty Baker is going to do.
Well, remember, he's got the little lefty, Herrera, up. We'll see if he goes to get him. 5-4, Reds on top. Here's our Marooney. Here comes Herrera.
When you need a car, truck, or van.
Bottom 7, you see Freddie Gonzalez pointing out to home plate umpire C.B. Buckner. Dusty Baker has made his selection. It is Daniel Ray Herrera, all 5'6" of him, out of Odessa, Texas. He of the good screwball, and the Marlins will counter with Ronnie Paulino.
Well, the Marlins counter with their best against lefties. This little guy is tough, though. He appeared in 70 games last year at an nice ERA. His out pitch is that slow screwball to, like that, to right-handed hitters. His fastball is mid-80s, 84, 85 miles an hour, but that pitch that's his best was the one that he just threw, and he's extremely deceptive with it.
Those are the season numbers for Paulino. 2 of those 4 hits have come as a pinch hitter. He's 2 for 2 as a pinch hitter. with 3 RBIs. Of course, the game winner in the ball game up in New York, and the 2 that tied the game in the big comeback against the Dodgers on Saturday. Herrera goes to first. Uggla's back.
I think, Rich, this was a move we didn't always see last year.
No.
With Ronnie Paulino pinch hitting for John Baker, because of the ability of Gabby Sanchez, if needed, to get behind the plate as a catcher.
There's the screwball.
Look at that, 64 miles an hour.
Those are his career splits.
Career splits. Just outstanding against left-handed pitching.
It was George Sherrill that he took off the top of the wall in center field to tie the game against the Dodgers on Saturday night. Cantu's at third, Uggla's at first. Paulino up the middle. Oh! Phillips bobbles! Safe! And the run scores! The game's tied! Good hustle by Uggla. And Paulino has his 3rd pinch hit of the season.
Well, what a great play by Brandon Phillips, the second baseman. A Gold Glove winner in 08, but he couldn't quite get it out of his glove. Good approach by Ronnie Paulino, a shot up the middle. There's Phillips. He had a little trouble hanging on, and give credit to Dan Uggla beating the throw at second base. That was the only play Phillips had. He had no play at first. The bobble cost him. The Marlins tie it, and it's another pinch hit single, RBI single for Ronnie Paulino.
And Dusty Baker is right back out to the mound. Here's another Marooney. Called to the bullpen.
When you need a car, a truck, or van.
Tie game, 5-5. Bottom 7. Daniel Herrera, we hardly knew ye. Logan Ondrusek out of the bullpen. We told you that the Reds bullpen's ERA over 7 coming into this ball game. And Ondrusek, big 6'8" reliever, misses high. He's out of McLennan Community College in Waco, Texas.
Been in the Reds organization a few years. Even pitched in the Arizona Fall League. A lot of teams like to send their prospects, guys they want to check out a little bit more, to that Fall League in Arizona.
We're up in Shiner, Texas. Couple Marlins out there. Uggla at second. Paulino at first. Cody Ross went after that pitch in the dirt. It's 1-2. Arthur Lee Rhodes. veteran lefty, and a good one. In his 45th big league year.
That's where that bullpen starts to get tough with Arthur Rhodes and Francisco Cordero.
A one-time Marlin, briefly.
Yes, he was.
Did a nice job. Ross got a fastball. Roland goes to second in time, but the Marlins scratch out a run and tie this game after 7, 5-5.
You know, the people are opposed or you know, they're supporting the war. You know what? Whatever your views are, it's fine. But let's support our military men and women because they do a great job for us to be able to play baseball and not worry about, you know, doing anything else.
Freddie Gonzalez, part of that Marlin contingent that went over to Iraq and Kuwait, along with Larry Beinfest, John Baker, Chris Coughlin, Brandon Phillips against Tim Wood. Phillips drops down a bunt, charging his Cantu. Bare hands throws and throws it down to right field. Phillips on his way to second is going to get there. So a base hit and a throwing error by Cantu.
Well, a heads-up play by Phillips just to try to get something going for his ball club. He noticed Jorge Cantu back a little bit, and he should be with Phillips up there. Good effort by Cantu. Good throw. I think he has Phillips. But he picks up the ball, sees where it went down that line, was able to get to second on the throwing error. So a bunt single, and then he gets the second on the error.
And Tim Wood is going to have to get a tough hitter out now. Scott Rowland has hit 2 home runs. They both came off of Ricky Nolasco. Then you've got Jay Bruce, who has 2 hits, including a double. Marlins are going to appeal first. Tim Wood nearly threw it the same place Jorge Cantu threw it.
Freddie does have the left-hander Dan Meyer down in the bullpen.
That might be for Bruce. Good fastball by Wood.
Again, when you and I talked to Freddie before the game, we talked about the struggles of the bullpen, in particular a couple of left-handers down there. He needs to get those guys turned around, not only for this series, but you look ahead at the weekend series and all those left-handed bats in Philadelphia. Ibanez, Ryan Howard, Chase Utley.
You know, there isn't a manager in baseball who can go through April and hide anybody in a bullpen and just sit someone and say, I'm just not going to use these two guys, because you need arms and you need those people to prove that either they can or they can't do the job.
Yeah, you have starters going 7-8 innings. You can do that on occasion.
And can you imagine going into a series against Philadelphia without a left-handed arm that you trust in the bullpen? The live fastball from Wood.
I think Tim Wood sometimes surprises hitters. He's not a real big guy, but he has that nice whippy action with his delivery, and 93 on the radar gun with that fastball.
You better pay attention to Brandon Phillips out at second base.
Yeah, he's been dancing around there the last 2 or 3 pitches.
It's Paulino behind the plate now after his pinch hit single, and Paulino framing that pitch. Fox Tracks will show you where it was.
Wow, that ball had some great movement and came back and caught the outside corner.
And obviously fooled C.B. Bucknor. Up the middle. Hanley to his left. Has it, spins, and throws. Got him. Nice scoop by Sanchez. Phillips moves to third. That was a difficult ball because of the spin and the action off the end of the bat.
Well, first of all, it started with a good pitch by Tim Wood. He ran that fastball in on Roland and jammed him. Roland broke his bat, so the ball had some funny spin on it. Here's the pitch, comes in on him nicely. So Roland didn't hit that hard, but it's moving, it's spinning. Hanley moves and spins, gets a nice pick from Gabby Sanchez. But the error by Cantu that put Phillips at second, all of a sudden now Phillips is over third base on that ground ball out.
And indeed, with the left-handed bat of Jay Bruce coming up, Freddie's going to get Dan Meyer. Here's another Marooney. Called to the bullpen. Freddie Gonzalez is hoping that Dan Meyer can come in and accomplish his assignment, and that's get a good left-handed hitter out. A guy who's been struggling in Jay Bruce until tonight. He has 2 hits, and those are Meyer's numbers last year, where really for him a breakout year. Never was able to really hold on to a spot either in Oakland's rotation or bullpen after he was a big part of the Tim Hudson trade, going from Atlanta to Oakland.
So this is the matchup you'd like to see Dan Meyer come in, have some success, just build on that as the week progresses. And he has a left-hander up there, Jay Bruce, who coming into this game, before he got a couple of hits, had been 0 for 17. And coming into this season, just a 198 hitter against lefties.
Another lefty, and Lance Nix is on deck. Phillips at third. 1 ball, 1 strike. His career splits. Better against righties, although the sample size for Meyer, I think those numbers are probably going to change during his career. Let's see where that one missed on Fox Tracks. Efforting. Phillips at third. That one's outside, and it's 3-1. There is Nix. Infield's in a 5-5 game in the 8th. Brandon Phillips, great speed at third.
The Marlins saw some lefties in spring. Hunter Jones, who came over from the Red Sox in the Jeremy Hermida deal. Taylor Tankersley was trying to get his arm back in shape. And a youngster that really looked as good as all of them or better was Dan Jennings, young left-hander.
3-2 coming, and he lost them. So we'll see if Nix comes to the plate or if Dusty Baker calls him back. And we'll go with a pinch hitter. Nix has returned to the dugout. That's Hernandez, who's up next. And
they
it
got
looks
Johnny
like
Gomes,
the pride of Petaluma, California,
yeah,
Johnny Gomes.
He's going to pinch hit Johnny Gomes. Interesting with Rollins. Thinking about this earlier with Rollins' 2 home runs. The last Red to hit 3 home runs in the game, Johnny Gomes.
Johnny Gomes had a walk-off home run the other night. Freddie comes out, and it looks like Clay Hensley's going to come in and face Johnny Gomes. Another Marooney called to the pen.
When you need a car, truck or van, leave them a call. Marooney!
In the 8th, runners at the corners. Clay Hensley, who pitched 2 scoreless innings yesterday afternoon in the 6-5 win over the Dodgers, is called upon with runners at first and at third, and Johnny Gomes pinch hitting.
A couple of things to think about. I know you and I talked about this last night. The fact that in the ball game when he came in, or yesterday against the Dodgers, he was able to start an inning. But I think that experience, gets him ready, and now he might start feeling a little more comfortable coming into these situations. Those are the situations he'd been in before. And this is not an easy situation.
There's Phillips, great speed there. And you got Bruce over at first. Johnny Gomes has a lot of power. Santa Rosa Junior College, Petaluma, California.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last year, between AAA and the Reds, he hit 29 home runs. 20 with Cincinnati.
Was released in the offseason.
As you pointed out, a teammate of Jorge Cantu's all the way up to the minor league system with the Rays.
And then the Reds invited him to spring training. He made the club, and he pops up here. Sanchez back, foul territory, makes the catch, and a big out to get by Clay Hensley.
Boy, he really crowded him and busted him inside with a good fastball to tie up Gomes. Look at the movement, takes it inside. Gomes got a pretty good pitch to hit, though. He's mad at himself. You can see that. But you know what? When you throw strikes, you never know what's going to happen.
Another veteran catcher, Ramon Hernandez. One for three in this ball game. Hensley misses down low. Nick Massett in the Reds pen. Briefly, these two guys were teammates in San Diego in 2005.
Another good pitch. Getting in on Hernandez. Set up. Look at the target. Right there where Ronnie Paulino wanted it.
Hernandez was the everyday catcher. Hensley, a major league rookie, who made 23 relief appearances and 1 start. So as you pointed out the other day, even though Hensley has done a lot of starting, he has pitched in this role before. Two-one. Jammed him. Hanley flips. Ugler. Nicely done. Clay Hensley out of the bullpen. Pitches out of trouble. Still 5-5. All over this globe, 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. We told you that the Marlins sent a contingent to Iraq and Kuwait. Freddie Gonzalez, when he was over there, it was his birthday, and this, a surprise in one of the outposts that he visited. Not only did he get a cake, but a Marilyn Monroe type happy birthday from a Chase Utley body double. Freddie will see enough of Chase Utley starting Friday night.
Yeah, Freddie celebrating his 45th birthday in Iraq. A happy birthday, Mr. Manager.
Sanchez up, and he goes after the first pitch. Fouls it back. Gabby, a couple of strikeouts.
Well, he continues. He's had a little bit of a tough night tonight with the 2 strikeouts, but still on the year, just 6 strikeouts and 5 walks.
This is still Logan Ondrusek on the mound for Cincinnati. You saw Nick Massett warming up in the bullpen. Ondrusek came in and got Cody Ross to finish off the 7th.
And Arthur Rhodes is up again. He could come in if Mike Lamb's announced as a pinch hitter. Alongside Dusty Baker's bench coach, longtime major leaguer, shortstop Chris Spire.
Chris Spire could play. Was a terrific shortstop in the 70s for some very good San Francisco Giant teams.
And he was a terrific shortstop for some very good Montreal Expos teams.
Yes, he was a 3-time All-Star.
Solid player, not fancy, but got the job done.
Chopper rolling, still has it. You can tell he doesn't have quite the range, but the great hands, great feet, always seems to be in the right spot.
Well, years of experience. He knows where to play, knows how to position himself. Yeah, we'll see what Dusty does. Here's the announcement now. Mike Lamb to pinch hit.
Leo Nunez is in the bullpen getting ready in case the Marlins take a lead here.
Mike Lamb still looking for that first Marlins base hit, but there you look at some really good career numbers.
Mike Lamb got that one off the end of the bat. Bruce wanders under, makes the catch. Although with the Marlins pinch hitting there in the 9th spot, Nunez probably is going to come in. Marlins closer. Here's Coughlin. So Marlin pinch hitters tonight, 1 for 3. Ronnie Polino, in case you missed it, has another RBI pinch hit. He's 3 for 3, and all 3 of his pinch hits have driven in not only runs, but big runs. The game winner up in New York, the 2 runs that tied it in the 9th inning comeback win over the Dodgers, and then the pinch hit that tied this game. That's going to be a quick inning for Logan Ondrusek. Impressive stuff from the tall Texan. In the home stretch for the 2010 census, it's not too late. Fill out and mail back your census form today. See, Floridians, it gets to the low 70s, and the sweatshirts and the coats come out. 5-5, Reds and Marlins. 9th inning. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton, Craig Minervini, John Sulzer is our producer. Jim Hawley, our critically acclaimed director. Ken Lee, our graphics coordinator. Bobby Grossman, our pregame producer. Leo Nunez making a special guest appearance in the 9th.
So not a save situation comes into this tie game. And again, you see this a little more often when you're at home.
Miguel Cairo goes after the first pitch. And that's a very brief cameo by Miguel Cairo.
And what I mean is bringing in your closer in a tie ball game. You're more likely to do that when you're home, knowing you're going to get the last AB.
Leo Nunez came in yesterday. The Marlins had come back to take the lead, and he was outstanding.
Boy, he made some big pitches after that leadoff walk to Russell Martin. Scampered over, covering first base for the final out.
And the Marlins had their series win over the Dodgers. The Marlins have lost the first game of both their 3-game series, but then won the last 2 in New York and at home against the Dodgers.
And the difference in this series, it's a 4-game series.
That's right. All 7-10 starts. That's Nunez's changeup, and it misses low.
And we talked about tomorrow night, Nate Robertson and Bronson Arroyo, Chris Volstad and Homer Bailey in the Wednesday game. And there's no television then.
What?
And then on Thursday, Josh Johnson and Aaron Harang, a couple of big guys.
Is there television that night?
There's TV. It's one of the few that we miss early on.
Tomorrow night, of course, is the debut of Email Tuesday. A tradition that we started about 5 years ago that has grown to cult-like status. That is lying foul. Now, I know during this ball game on FoxSportsFlorida.com, David V has been having a live chat with many of you fans watching the game. And a lot of fans had asked him about which number the Marlins will retire first, especially with the new ballpark coming online 2012. And one foul back by Drew Stubbs, who has a base hit tonight. If you were to nominate a number to be retired, would it be Jeff Conine?
That would be my first nomination. The Marlins do have a retired number, not of a player, the late Carl Barger. Passed away just prior to 1993 when the club got underway. He was the Marlins' first president and chief operating officer.
Instrumental in helping get the franchise here to South Florida.
And his favorite player was Joe DiMaggio as a kid, so number 5 retired.
Oh, my. Nunez thought he caught the corner. Here's a look on Fox Tracks. Nope.
C.B. Buckner right there on it.
Well, might as well just get him swinging.
Yeah, I think obviously when the ball club gets into the new ballpark, there's the changeup that has Stubbs fooled. They'll be able to have different areas. Who knows? Statues, plaques, walls. They'll be able to set something up, and I know those are in the plans already. And if I were to pick a number right away, I'd have to say Jeff Conine.
Here's Orlando Cabrera. He lines one. Hanley goes up to get it. And Leo Nunez works a 1-2-3 ninth. The Marlins trying to walk off with another win. Tied at 5. Brought home Chris Coughlin, and the Marlins walked off with a win against the Dodgers. Cantu had 4 walk-off hits last year. Here tonight, the Reds are in town opening this 4-game series, 5-5 in the bottom of the ninth.
Now they're going to have to deal against this right-hander, Nick Massett. Big power, 12-6 curveball. Uses a slider. Can get a little awry with his control, though, every once in a while. So be patient and see what happens with that curveball. Think about that pitch, too, if you get men on base.
And he lands right in the middle of the Marlins order. He gets Maben, Hanley, and Cantu in the ninth. This down low with that fastball. It's 1-0. Fouls it back. It's one of those spots where people ask a guy like Maben, how are you going to adjust to hitting in the 2 spot? It's not necessarily because he's up second a lot. It's because of who he hits after, Chris Coughlin, leadoff man, and who he hits before, the guy on deck, Hanley Ramirez.
That's a bonus, though, to be able to hit in front of Hanley.
Absolutely. We've seen the RBI opportunities that Cantu has received for hitting behind Hanley.
Yeah, to hit in front of Hanley. It depends on the situation, but a lot of times you're going to see some pretty good pitches.
Went after it. A breaking ball that was definitely low. So here's Hanley. Hanley has drawn 9 walks so far this year. This is game number 7. And opposing pitchers have been very careful with them. But in this spot, he represents the winning run. You would think that Massett might not be so cautious, maybe a little more aggressive.
That's one of the things about Hanley. He has that ability to steal bases. So if you are too careful and he walks, he's on base.
We welcome the rest of the state of Florida to our viewing audience. The Marlins and the Reds have reached the bottom of the ninth inning, and nothing is settled yet. Hanley Ramirez is at the plate. Your cast of characters tonight. In a good ball game. Johnny Cueto, Ricky Nolasco, the starters. The bullpens have come in. The Reds have hit 3 homers. Scott Rowlands hit 2. Orlando Cabrera has gone deep. The Marlins have followed a familiar script in that Jorge Cantu has another 2-run double, and Ronnie Paulino has a big pinch hit RBI single.
That's part of the script as well.
The Marlins would like to follow that Saturday script, a walk-off win against the Dodgers. Hanley homered in New York. It was a thing of beauty. Shot to right center field. 1-2 coming. Did not go.
I think you and I were really surprised when we saw that home run, and we were thinking about all the base hits he got last year. He checks it to drive-in runs. He got base hits the other way. That of his 24 home runs last year, only 1 was to right field, to the opposite field.
And it's one to breaking ball. Got it, and Hanley spanks it into left field.
I'll tell you what, right there, Nick Massett and Ramon Hernandez are just happy that Hanley didn't elevate that breaking ball. If he gets that ball and lifts it in the air, it's got upper deck potential because he absolutely crushed it.
And of course, Hanley has base stealing speed at first. With 1 out here in the ninth.
Yeah, a couple of things to think about, because if Hanley, let's say, were to get himself in scoring position, they could walk Jorge Cantu as hot as he is and then go after Dan Uggla and Ronnie Paulino. So for that, you might want to have Hanley hang around for a while at first base.
Bassett does not look like he's that quick to the plate. Cantu takes a rip. 1-1. There's Uggla. Bassett runs the count to 2-1.
Boy, if you look at the outfield, look how deep they all are. Any base hit into the outfield, Hanley will be able to get to third.
Some of the biggest gaps in all of baseball in this ballpark. 434 in deep left center, 404 deep right center. So even if you play deep, the outfield grass here is so fast that a ball can still get to the wall.
What it does, it really hinders an outfielder that doesn't have a strong arm because he's so deep.
Hanley's running on the 2-1 pitch, and Cantu fouls it at the plate.
Not bad at that point in time of the count for Hanley to take off. Now you see Freddie giving signs. He has a few players, we talked about it the other night, that have the green light. Hanley's one of them, along with Maven and Coughlin. But he also has a stop sign. There are situations that he doesn't want guys running. So that would be when he would put on the stop sign.
Let's see what's up on 2-2. Not running. Cantu checks his swing. But now the count's full, and the likelihood that Hanley will be running is very high.
Oh, yeah. A couple of check swings. Hanley had one. Now Jorge.
Now with Hanley running, a ball in the gap could end it. No matter where the outfield is playing. On the move. Down low. First and second. Here comes Uggla.
And Dan Uggla, remember, has swung the bat well tonight. He's been on base all 3 times. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning, and then he's doubled twice and singled. So a 3-for-3 night. Uggs has had good swings. Take a look at these doubles. Pitch tailed in. One a breaking ball. One came in on him. One a little more extension. The other he brought the hands in. But each one was scalded into the gap.
Uggla splits. He has faced Massett 3 times. He's 0 for 3 in his career against him. Massett buries that ball low. You see him shake his head. He thought he had a strike. Now the outfield has to shorten up. They've got to be in a position to throw Hanley out.
That's the other thing good. You have terrific speed at second base representing the winning run.
One coming. Check swing. No swing. There's Paulino. Uggla sitting on a 2-1 pitch. And here it comes. Fouled it at the plate. And it's 2-2. The Marlins, this group, the core of this team has been together since 2006, when most of them were rookies. Hanley, Uggla, Ross, Josh Johnson, Ricky Nolasco. Starting in 2007, this group is second in the National League in comeback wins. They came back to tie the game in the 7th, so if they win it, it counts as a comeback win. The Phillies are the only team with more comeback wins than the Marlins since 07 in the National League. Uggla reaches out, breaks his bat. Votto looks and holds it, and everybody is safe. Joey Votto thought about second and then thought about first, and by the time he was done thinking, Uggla was across the bag.
Man, they always tell you, don't think, just react. He thought about making the play at second, didn't have it there. He really had a play at first because it looked like Massett was there, but he didn't flip it to him. He who hesitates is lost. And he was lost on that play. So a team that's played pretty good defense, Joey Votto makes a big mistake, and the Marlins have a real opportunity now with the bases loaded and just 1 out.
And the guy that's coming to the plate in the clutch has been outstanding this year. Ronnie Paulino, infield, is back for 2. And he goes after a ball in the dirt.
One little thing, and you hope it pays off here for Ronnie Paulino. Remember, there was some time missed by John Baker in spring training with an injury to the forearm. Ronnie got to play a lot, and one of the things he really tried to work on was hitting against right-handers. He has had such great success against lefties, and he got a lot of ABs in the spring against right-handers.
Breaking ball misses outside. I think Freddie was shouting out to CB Buckner about the delivery of Nick Massett on that first pitch to Paulino. Hanley, Cantu, and Uggla on base. 1-1 coming. Outside.
We told you how sometimes Massett can get a little leery of his control, and he's falling behind 2-1. It's a pretty good situation for Ronnie Paulino to hit it.
The Reds are hoping for a ground ball. The Marlins are hoping to walk out of here with another win. It's popped up. It's foul. And Votto, even if he had a play, Tommy, I don't know that he catches that ball. I know it was out of reach by about 10 rows.
Yeah, you'll have that decision made sometimes if the infielder's moving away from the plate with the winning run at third, especially with the speed of Hanley Ramirez. You think about letting it drop. Same thing with a long fly ball that might be in foul territory down either line.
Well, we've seen Massett with a nasty breaking ball. We'll see if he comes back with it. Yes, he did. And yes, Paulino did. Struck him out.
Well, the pitch he had was the pitch prior to that breaking ball that he popped out of play foul. And sometimes during an at-bat, you get that one. Most of the time at this level, you get one good pitch to hit. Ronnie got it and fouled it off. Then that time Massett came back with that big 12-6 curveball.
Cody Ross, the pride of Carlsbad, New Mexico. With the bags loaded.
Yeah, Cody with a couple of hits tonight, singled in the second and third innings.
Ross had a dramatic walk-off hit against the Reds a couple years ago against Francisco Cordero when he homered to right center field. That's outside, and it's 2-0.
Cody Ross against Francisco Cordero, 4 for 7 with 2 home runs. Should get a pretty good pitch to hit here.
2-0 coming. 96 miles an hour. He didn't pull the trigger. That was a good pitch.
Yeah, 96 in under the hands, too. One thing if you get 96 out over the plate, but 96 in that area is not what you want. That's not the fastball you're looking for 2-0. You're looking for it out over the plate.
Now let's see if he's willing to bounce one of those breaking balls that got Paulino. Another heater and another strike.
And another 96.
Dusty Baker hoping that Nick Massett can get this game to the 10th. 2-2. Missed.
I don't think he'll go with that curveball here. He's thrown a couple of really good 96-mile-an-hour fastballs. I think that's what Cody's going to see. Cody's a good fastball hitter. He's seen a couple of them now. Let's see if he has a good swing on them.
Everybody will be on the move. Full count, 2 outs. Here's a pitch. In the air, twisting and turning and out of play. So every pitch that Ross has seen in this at bat has been a fastball.
One thing as a hitter, when you see that many of a guy who's throwing pretty hard, you start to time it, you start to zero in on it a little bit.
We'll do it again. Nick Massett, the 3-2. Ross with a ground ball out to short. Cabrera to first in time. And the Reds survive the 9th. We go to the 10th, 5-5. Tenth inning we go. That last pitch, Cody Ross would love to have back.
Well, frustration. It's very easy to say as we watch it, you know what, that's ball 4 and the game's over. But we've talked about the 95, 96 mile an hour fastballs. He started to see it. He said to himself, ball 4. He could read his lips. But he tried to get the bat started early so he'd get out in front of that fastball. You see it down a little bit. He just couldn't hold back.
And so the Marlins have to dip further into their bullpen. Burke Badenhop will take over. The Marlins have gone to their pen now for Tim Wood, Dan Meyer, Clay Hensley, Leo Nunez, and now the guy they call the Hopper. He gets Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips, and Scott Rowland.
Obviously because of his name, but if you notice, he delivers and he kind of hops after he delivers the pitch.
One ball, one strike. Votto has faced Badenhop before and had success. Votto has had success against a lot of people. You talk about a guy that's kind of flown under the radar. Votto was 5th in the National League in hitting last year. He was 4th in doubles at 38, 5th in slugging percentage. His on-base percentage, .414 last year.
I like the fact that a couple of years ago, when he was a rookie, hit 24 home runs. The only Reds rookie to hit more home runs was Frank Robinson.
He was 2nd that year to the Cubs' Giovanni Soto for Rookie of the Year.
Well, not a good start, and really that's the first walk of the season for Burke Badenhop in his 5 innings, working now in his 6th.
Freddie wanted to, if at all possible, stay clear of the Hopper. Who worked on Thursday, worked 3 innings on Thursday. Badenhop 2 innings on Saturday. There's a strike. Phillips had a bunt base hit and was one of the key sequences in the ball game. Phillips, a bunt base hit and an error by Jorge Cantu sent him to 2nd. A ground ball sent him to 3rd. Dan Meyer came in, walked the only lefty he faced, and Clay Hensley had to clean up, and he did. He got the last 2 outs of the 8th. And Phillips didn't score. Leo Nunez worked a perfect ninth. Badenhop does have a good move to first.
So if you're thinking about it, the two pitchers that Freddie has left in the bullpen are two guys that have struggled. Jose Veras and Reniel Pinto.
And if this game goes into the 11th or the 12th, there's a pretty good chance they're going to pitch.
Well, yeah, and you wouldn't think he'd even go more than one inning with Badenhop.
That's why a manager has to use everyone that he's got. Because if you start protecting guys down in the pen and shying away from guys, then the workload increases on everybody else in the bullpen. Badenhop has to wait a bit and then fires a strike. Ugla just a bit late getting over there. Phillips, not many cleanup hitters in the game will drop down a sacrifice
No,
bunt.
they won't. It's a unique spot that he hits in, but he's been so successful there, and he's surrounded by Votto and Rolen. It's not a bad part of the lineup that Dusty Baker has. Yeah, you talked about the innings for the Hopper. Thursday, with the 3 innings, he threw 35 pitches, and on Saturday in his 2 innings, 26 pitches.
Rolen was big early in this game. Our Coors Light cold hard blast. Take your pick. You could have had the one in the second. Instead, this is the breaking ball for the fourth. He hit a Nolasco fastball out to right and took the breaking ball out to left.
Well, if he stays healthy, he will go over 300 home runs this year. Rolen, with 3 on the year, has 286 now in his career.
A real desire to play close to home. He's from Jasper, Indiana. And so getting a chance to play in the Midwest for him, a big part of why he came from Toronto to Cincinnati. Badenhop, with all the movement he's got, is able to bring that ball back to the outside part of the plate. Breaking ball, soft glider over Ugla's head. Ross charging. Here comes Votto, and the throw is up the line. The Reds have the lead. Boy, how close. A good pitch. Rolen hit it off the end of the bat.
I tell you what, that was just good hitting. This slider away, off the plate, end of the bat, and good base running by Votto, because he didn't hesitate. That ball's caught. Look at Votto going off second. If he hesitates, then he doesn't score on that. But he got a good jump. He either guessed or he just realized that ball was going to go over the head of Dan Ugla.
Jay Bruce takes a strike. 2 hits tonight for the young right fielder.
So 2 balls hit extremely hard by Scott Rolen. The softest one he hit has hurt the most.
Francisco Cordero. He's been the good part of the Reds bullpen.
And keep in mind that situation set up because of the nice sacrifice bunt from the cleanup hitter, Brandon Phillips.
The Reds tonight started an all-Texas outfield. Bruce at the plate is from Beaumont, Texas. Dusty Baker had Drew Stubbs in center. He's from Atlanta, Texas, and played at the University of Texas. Lance Nix is from Midland, Texas. Struck him out. Nice job by Badenhop.
Good job. You get a pretty good left-handed hitter. So what you're saying, there were a lot of yalls in the outfield for the Reds tonight. I said that. No, it's one syllable. Yalls.
Well, you better get it right, because we'll be headed to Houston soon.
That's right.
Johnny Gomes. Gomes was the first man that Clay Hensley faced in the 8th, and he popped out. We talk about the modern-day all-or-nothing swing from the heels hitter, Johnny Gomes.
I think when you started seeing guys wear the elbow guard and all that stuff, they weren't afraid to take swings like that. There was a time if you took a swing like that, you'd be dusting yourself off. But you can't do that anymore. So guys are just following the rules.
Badenhop gets a strike. It's 1-2 now. Saw Cordero up in the bullpen. The Marlins will have Gabby Sanchez, the 9 spot, and then top of the order with Coughlin and Maben. One-two coming. Got him. Struck him out. Badenhop brought it back over the plate. But that leadoff walk to Joey Votto turns into a run and a lead. Cordero is hoping it turns into a save. Delivered. If the Marlins are going to win this ball game, they will have to do it against the high-priced, highly successful closer of the Cincinnati Reds. Wes Helms getting ready for an at-bat. He will hit second in the inning. Francisco Cordero.
Yeah, he's been a pretty good saves machine over the years. This is 3rd year with the Reds. 39 saves last year, has 252. He's a max effort type guy. Hard fastballs.
First pitch swinging, Sanchez pops it up.
Good slider, a splitter.
He has been an all-star 3 times with 3 different teams. Texas in 04, Milwaukee in 07, and the Reds last year. Sanchez drives it to center. Stubbs is there, and he makes the catch. Cordero has an out. Wes Helms comes up. They're your active save leaders. Trevor Hoffman at 593 and holding as he's blown a couple. So Helms against Cordero. Cordero misses outside.
West 1 for 3 as a pinch hitter, 2 for 5 on the year.
That's down low. All-time leader in Marlin history with 45 pinch hits. Went after a fastball and just missed it.
I'll tell you what, Wes Helms will tell you that too. He got a good pitch, he got a good count. And he's such a smart hitter. You know, he's thinking, trying to drive a ball. He just got under it.
So the Marlins' last hope arrives at the plate with Chris Coghlan.
Boy, it's been another struggle tonight for Chris, 0 for 5. So 5 for 32 on the season.
And Cordero misses up. The Reds, with all their youth, have a relatively low payroll at $72 million. Cordero is their highest paid player at $12 million. He's due another 12 next year. He's a little bit in disbelief that he didn't get that 2-0 call. That was not in his contract.
You have to read the fine print.
3-1.
Another good hitting count.
Coghlan took a rip.
Another good example, and Chris is struggling with that right now, but when he gets a good pitch to hit, he's been fouling it back.
We'll see if Cordero stays with the fastball. 3-2 coming. Coghlan stays alive. Marlins had their opportunities. Bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ronnie Polino struck out. Cody Ross bounced out. 3-2 coming.
Boy, he's pouring in fastballs. He's not giving Chris much to hit, but he's fouling him off. He's hanging in there.
Same result, another fastball. An 8-pitch at bat. Coughlin just keeps fighting them off. A 9-pitch at bat. Number 10 on the way. Sharp ground ball, Cabrera, and the Reds get game 1. A run in the 10th does the trick. Cordero shuts the door, and Cincinnati wins the first of a 4-game series here tonight in South Florida. The Reds and the Marlins both now at 4-3 on the season. A lot of twists and turns in this one tonight. Cincinnati 6, the Marlins 5. Marlins 5 is coming up from Sun Life Stadium, where the Reds are winners tonight.